Oh, hi.
Thanks for recording.
Okay, we are recording. Okay. So we're ready to go then? Yeah. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Starting a little bit late today. Thank you for being here. I have a little bit of a welcome. I have on the agenda. It says welcome from Mayor Rory Galasowski. So I will just welcome everybody into the room. I wanted to, I'm glad to be in the Adult Community Center today. I just want to acknowledge that the council chambers is being torn up right now, going through an audiovisual overhaul. So we'll have a better sound system very soon. And we're looking forward to that. And I'm sure our community will be happy with that once it's done. So that's why we're at the Adult Community Center today, because the council chambers are unavailable. I want to thank the council for being here today. I know this is a longer than usual meeting, but it's an important one, so we can plan out our year's priorities. I also just want to give a quick shout out to our staff who are here today, who helped prepare us for the retreats. Maybe we could, I don't know. Thank you. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was going to just say thank you to our staff, our city reporter, Kathy Molesky, Dylan Digby, Melissa Preston, and the city manager for helping us prepare for today, especially after last week during the weather event. And I know everybody was dealing with different things going on, so thank you. And of course, I saw Terry Wise was not here at 10 o'clock, but he was here right before I saw him leaving in the parking lot, helping get the room set up for this meeting, and they had to switch rooms at the last minute across the hall. So we appreciate that. Want to thank our community advisory groups who submitted reports for consideration and our neighborhood associations as well. I hope we increase the amount of neighborhood association reports over the next few weeks as well. I want to take a moment to acknowledge something that was brought up by a couple of folks. The agenda for this meeting was posted on Monday, which was 2 days prior to the meeting instead of the 6-day posting deadline for non-special meetings that our rules state. I wanted to acknowledge that and apologize on behalf of the council for the delayed agenda. The agenda was sent to me by our staff on Friday, which was past the 6-day mark already. And I know that last week was a stressful week for our staff, given that the weather event that disrupted the normal workflow and caused some staff to have to deal with household issues and city emergencies as well. So I wanted to review the agenda for a little bit, took the weekend to do so, and I could have made this meeting a special meeting given the weather impacts. I think that would have met the criteria for sure, but didn't want to confuse folks and make it look like we could make decisions in this meeting. We don't vote in these meetings. The special meeting we could have voted. So we're just planning for the future, and we will approve our goals at a later meeting. So just wanted to acknowledge that and appreciate the public's understanding and grace with the delayed agenda. This meeting today is not a decision-making meeting. In addition to taking any public comments today, we've received some in writing as well. We'll continue to take feedback on our goals and priorities in the future as we really formalize our goals into an official document at a future city council meeting. So wanted to acknowledge that for the record. And it's hard to believe that this is my 4th council retreat. It's the 4th year on city council. And I think it's a good opportunity for us to reflect on the key question, which is, why are we here? Why did we run for office, and why do we want to serve? What do we want to accomplish for the citizens? So anyway, with that, happy to open the floor to any other councilors to start the meeting. I guess we could go around the room as well, just to state for the record who's here today. So I'm the Mayor Rory Galasowski.
Council President Mary Baumgartner.
Councilor Carol Wright.
Councilor Leo Garner.
John Williams, City Manager.
City Recorder. Community Relations Coordinator Danielle Ford. Deputy City Manager Elizabeth Hexton.
Thank you, everybody. And I know we'll have some staff joining us throughout the day as well. So with that, any other welcoming remarks from the city council or our staff? Mr. City Manager, do you have anything? We can move to public comments, which is the second item on the agenda today. Do we have any public comments today? Okay. And again, just repeating that we're conducting this meeting today, happy to take comments in writing. Folks can watch the meeting or listen and respond and send in comments. And the goals will be our kind of an iterative process that will not be finalized today. So the work will continue. The public involvement will continue. On to the next item, which is review agenda. And we have a nice, robust agenda today with several exciting topics. So I'll turn it over to the city manager to kind of take us through the agenda, and I can also help with any as we go through that process.
Sure, yeah, it was a collaborative effort developing this agenda. So the thing that I always like to start with in this is that this is your meeting, entirely your meeting. This is an appropriate item to have at the beginning of the agenda is to make sure the agenda suits your needs. We suggested a few things. The mayor had a couple of suggestions. And so, as I said, we worked on it together. I think the main goal of the meeting is to review the work that you've done on the priorities from last year and to see what priorities make sense for you in 2024. That could be keeping priorities, that could be adding priorities, that could be deleting priorities. But as I've told you several times in the past, we use these a lot. I certainly use them in thinking about scheduling your meetings, in prioritizing my own time and our staff's time. Knowing that these are the council's most important priorities helps us figure out what to do. And most of these are sort of fall into the category of special projects in some ways that aren't just routine getting business done, cleaning sewer pipes, street sweeping, maintaining parks, that sort of thing. It tends to be items that are really how are you spending your time as a council, both inside meetings and outside meetings. And so that's the lens I'd suggest you use on these. My thought is that I will help you review the work that you've done on these, but I think a lot of the conversation probably will be from you. A lot of the work has been done by you on these items, and we want to talk to each other about that. So my thought is today we'll go through 2023 and talk about what you'd like on the list. We can take what we hear from you and draft a revised set of priorities and bring them back to you at an upcoming council meeting for you to endorse. Also on the agenda, your community advisory groups are always looking to understand what you would like them to work on. And so if these priorities reflect down to community advisory groups, that's incredibly helpful. You can identify which groups should work on things, particularly if there's new priorities. I think that would be very helpful. You also have their reports, and some of their reports have ideas for things that they either want to work on themselves or that they suggest become council priorities. So you can look at that too. We thought that might take the morning and take a break for lunch. We will have lunch here served by the. No,
Yeah.
so that's still on. Okay, good. We've been told it's grilled cheese and tomatoes. So.
It's gonna have to do a squash and chicken noodles.
Oh, okay. So that's what it is. Yes. So we'll go grab some food, and then Doug Riggs, your lobbyist, will be here to take you through the 2024 legislative session, which is coming right up. Useful for us to know what Doug is seeing down in Salem so that we can start preparing ourselves. Also, if you have thoughts for Doug on which priorities that he should focus on when he's down there and where he'll need your help and staff's help, that's going to be a useful piece. We did put times on all this, but we know the time could be questioned and how things go, where you want to spend your time. Our DEIB consultant, Tricia Brainerd, is in town, and Doug Erickson and our staff coordinator, Kimberly Rhodes, will be here this afternoon to tell you what's happening with the city and DEIB and to hear what your thoughts are about any involvement you'd like to have or priorities you have for DEIB. Next on the agenda, we have a funding opportunity from Clackamas County related to homelessness initiatives. They've made a pool of money available for cities to apply for funds relating to homelessness, behavioral health, a wide range of issues related to that. They are asking for initial submittals by the end of the month, so we thought today would be a great opportunity to review that with you, get our foot in the door. We can keep working with the county, but we would very much like your direction on that. And the final piece is this is something that has been raised at council meetings in the past, discussion of whether there are any charter considerations that you would like to look at. This is, I think, the mayor interest in this on the agenda, so.
It was mayor-led, based on prior council discussion.
Mayor-led. So that is the proposed agenda that we worked on with the mayor. As I said, it's your day. Blow up the agenda entirely and we'll figure it out and if need be, but I think it's a good mix of items.
Sounds great. Good overview. Just thinking about the next step here. I suppose it would just make sense to kind of pull up the 2023 council priorities and go through each one and for a kind of a status update as we move into preparing for the new set of goals. I think a lot of the 2024 goals will be kind of carryover from 2023, given that there's long-term items, but some can be resolved. Some have been accomplished, such as review and recommend. So we'll just do that this time.
Just making sure nobody counselors.
Yeah. Let me stop there for a second. Is everybody, any additions to the agenda? Other things that folks want to talk about, concerns with the agenda?
I will say that as I was looking at this and what kind of goals I would consider putting forth, the first thing I looked at was the 2023 goals and the status of those. And I don't think it's prudent for us to just pile on a whole bunch of new things if we haven't accomplished the things that are already on our list. Which doesn't mean I don't have new ideas. I just wanted to put that as my background as I was looking through what I might suggest.
It's a good place to start.
Yes, well, thank you.
Sure. So I am happy to start this next part about priorities. Actually, the first priority from last year, I suspect will still be on your list in 2024. This is on 205 polling. And this is one of the ones that I had in mind that you all are just as involved or more involved in some cases than I am. Certainly the thing that we continue to hear most from the community about most weeks is tolling and concerns, confusion about what the plan is, confusion about how decisions get made, and general concern about the impacts on the community. So you had identified this in 2023 as a top priority. We sort of had a strategy. This document has a strategy, a council role, and community advisory group roles. And I'm happy to talk about where this thing sits right now. Some of you have been very involved recently, and so I don't want to spend any more time on this. It might be that we ask ex-president or the mayor for not to have done this one.
Well, I think, so tolling is still at this point on the table to happen, I think in 2026. There's been several concerns about not just it happening, which is concerning to everybody, but timing, things like, there's two separate and confusing tolling projects, one at Abernathy Bridge and one called Regional Mobility Pricing Project that would toll kind of I-5 and 205 all up and down by the metro area. So how do those connect? And, are they going to turn? What we've learned recently is that the timeline between 205 and Abernathy, Abernathy and RMPP was supposed to be, we were hoping, condensed because nobody wants to be the first place to be told. And where there's one toll, everybody gets off, and there's so many concerns with just that component. But what we've learned from recent meetings, yes, there's the project schedule is, it's getting far, the gap between when 205 and RFPP is gonna start, it's again starting to widen and widen. I think it's a year plus now. So it's, as we've been pushing for it to, if it's in qualifier, if it happens. I don't think we don't want it to happen. If we can toll it happens, we don't want to be the first one to go. And that's not been heard, and that's been being expanded even farther apart now, as things have progressed. But a couple of things for the council to consider. I guess the main thing is, there are these environmental review processes under the NEPA process, National Environmental Policy Act, that ODOT has to go through to get approvals, and there's comment periods and opportunities for local jurisdictions to weigh in. And we spent significant resources on the first environmental assessment that ODOT put out for I-205. And then after they got the comment back, they basically canceled a major portion of the project, and that then resulted in them having to do a whole new environmental assessment. And then there's RNPP environmental assessment starting for that. So we have to determine supplemental environmental assessment. It determines what mitigation projects do you get? What's it gonna look like? What are they forecasting that it's gonna look like? Is it sufficient? Are there significant impacts to Westland? Things like that, where there might be an interest or need for us to retain at least a consultant to look at the modeling data as an example. Maybe not go the full length that we did last time, because it was really costly, but it's definitely a policy question with the council this year. Do we want to engage either our environmental attorney team or, for example, a transportation consultant to look at the modeling, see if it's done properly? And kind of, because last time they found that there were significant flaws in the model, and it's possible and likely that that led to the pause and led to changes being made when it was realized that, hey, the model is really flawed. What you use to project the traffic increases was not appropriate. So anyway, just wanted to flag that as a potential item for discussion. Councilor.
Yeah, I mean, what you've been talking about primarily is engagement with ODOT to get them to change. I'm wondering, I was at the Gladstone meeting a couple of weeks ago, and at least the legislature has been working on the days, seem to be open to changes in the basic tolling policy. And maybe we ought to be pushing at the legislative levels, or basically a rethink of the whole tolling policy. And tolling is not the best way to raise revenue for transportation.
Yeah, agreed, Matt. We can touch base with Doug Briggs on that. I think it's that from my vantage point, you've got the legislature really seems to want to not focus on tolling in 2024, and they have a plan to have a major transportation package and discussion in 2025. But of course, as you wait, the 2025 ODOT is going full steam ahead to get things going. So it really would make sense to take a step back and say, do we want ODOT to continue to expand from the legislative side? Does the legislature want ODOT to continue to expend these significant resources? Yeah, we'll touch base with Doug on that. Council President, I don't want to talk.
Thank you. Yeah, as I review these priorities on this topic, I agree with Councilor Grover, specifically that ODOT has basically shown us what kind of a partner they're going to be over the last 2 years. They're not interested in really transparency, or I don't even think it's their self-appointed role to support Westland at all, even though the impact to Westland, I think, is the greatest. We're the closest to the center of where the rock falls in the water, so the first ripples are going to hit us hardest. So certainly going to have an impact on surrounding communities, not to minimize that. But I think the city should be advocating on its behalf for the staff and cost, that staff time and cost so far, that just dealing with tolling has impacted us. We didn't know when we started out we didn't know, well, this is gonna cost X amount of money. I don't even know how that, you know, a situation, a process like hiring a consultant to, respond to the EA, how much did that cost? I'm just curious. And I know that, for instance, Portland had some of their costs, mitigated or refunded by ODOT. And Westland is a smaller operating budget. So we have to be more, I think we have to really advocate for ourselves. And I'm not saying anybody, you know, this isn't my criticism, it's just the reality of this impact on Westland is starting with how much staff time and cost of just research this is impacting Westland. So anyway, and also I think then since ODOT as far as I've observed, and I have tried my best to be neutral and open-minded about, and positive about, well, they're gonna answer our questions this time, they're gonna be transparent this time. It just isn't working, so going to the legislators and letting them know. I made it a point last night when I went to West Side Economic Alliance, town hall with legislators, thank you for flagging that, to me, John. I made it a point to interact several times with Susan McLean and talk to her in a positive way. You know, she has a really important role in this polling program and the whole process of it. And so I said, you know, we need to keep talking, basically. That was the takeaway. But we need to create better communication. I think communication to our constituents, the community, and I don't know what this will look like. So I say that without really having a specific idea, but because I think our community is uninformed because ODOT's not doing that work. And they admitted last night that they hadn't done a good job. All the legislators said ODOT's communication was not good. It was insufficient. Every single one of them said that. And there was, gosh, over a dozen of them there. So, and that's what we're experiencing firsthand. So I think they've gotten the message now, but I don't want to just sit back and say, well, now we have to advocate to those legislators directly. So,
But perhaps we'll take a trip down to Salem.
yes, we should take
Right.
absolutely. And just keep on, and people kept on coming up to me last night who, community members and people I just happened to run into and said, thank you for advocating on this, keep doing it. And I'll say one more thing, our message should be, give us a program we can support, not anti-tolling. I don't think the legislators are very receptive to a complete anti-tolling message. And honestly, I don't know if that's the best result. For instance, having the initiative petition get a measure on the ballot to the voters potentially is a nuclear option, since I would imagine the voters will just blanket say never, no tolling ever. And if that happens, then we can't ever consider any type of tolling or mobility pricing at all. And that, I think, is potentially not as constructive as being able to still have tolling somehow utilized. And I'm hearing that from other community members too, and the legislators. That's the message.
Right, the other.
It just seems to me that if the legislature then makes some determination that allows for that flexibility before something gets out of ballot, to say, absolutely not. I would say I'm probably not 100% against tolling, although I don't think it's a very efficient way to fund. So much of the money goes to administration, so much of that money goes out of the region, out of the state, sometimes even out of the country, because the companies that make all of those devices are not around here. So it just seems like not the most effective way to get revenue for those projects.
And just to follow up, I think we ought to have a more positive message. Here are some counter proposals, as opposed to simply proposing.
But that leads to the question of, ODOT didn't do their environmental assessment correctly, and we ended up hiring consultants to find the errors. We shouldn't have to do their work.
Yeah,
That's fine. Yeah, exactly.
I think it's just the fact that, we spent, I guess we went into it thinking, I mean, I certainly thought, this is the EA. We need to engage. And then to do that, spend significant taxpayer resources, $70,000, $80,000. And then for ODOT to just go, but now we're doing another one. We're having a do-over. Excuse me, we can't be spending that kind of, what's the offer? We have, if we don't object to it, then we waive certain rights.
But sometimes the answer you get depends on the question that you ask. And so we don't have control over how ODOT raise the questions.
Yeah, so, go ahead. We'll finish this topic.
I just wanted to mention one more thing that's occurred to me. For instance, yesterday at the Oregon City Business Alliance lunch, listening to the city manager of Oregon City speak on the subject of tolling reminds me how important it is to continue our partnerships with other cities and do even more in conjunction with other cities and the county. Because on these huge issues like tolling and homelessness and things that we are then on the ground having to face the impacts of without necessarily the resources and the depth of knowledge on our staff to address specific huge problems. And then if we just start reacting to them, we're going to maybe be missing an opportunity if we're not doing proactive, collaborative, getting out ahead of issues like tolling and other, it's not just tolling. So, but it definitely an issue like tolling. And I know the county is helping. I'm not saying the county is not a good partner because they've been a great partner, but continue that relationship and think about how better to, instead of hiring a consultant ourselves, how can we partner with the county? And every time we think about extending staff time or our dollars, ask, is there a way to partner with someone or get help from the county instead of doing it ourselves?
Yeah, one leverage point might be when they do EAs, what is the scope of that EA? We should have some input into that scope, specifically inversion, specifically safety impacts. That might be a leverage.
So I think we will, at a near future meeting schedule a conversation about what level of engagement does the city want to have in this future, especially the supplemental 205 environmental assessment, but the RMPP, I kind of lean towards, it's hard to know whether, because it's impacts so many more jurisdictions, everybody's got to get engaged, not just Westland financing, for that one, and 205 too, but.
We invite county or to a meeting just to, so that the public can hear what they're doing and we can learn more.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
We can do that. So I think that question that you just raised is why the priority last year was written as opposed to 205 totally. Because thinking about your time and effort, the 205 piece was where West Lane really had an impact more than the regional program. So if you had to choose, you leverage the 205, but we have to, unfortunately, to keep both of them in mind.
And I'm concerned about a real nightmare scenario where the bridge tolling happens and then the regional tolling fails because it's so controversial region-wide, and then we're the only ones with tolling for several years. So, okay, and then the last thing on that topic is we did move a contract forward with DHM to start the process of getting some public opinion data on tolling and transportation funding options to help with our lobbying efforts. So I update everybody on that. So,
That will help with the communication piece too, as people engaging in a poll will naturally be in that process,
Yeah.
educating them.
it'll be interesting to find out what level of information does the public feel like they have when you ask them questions about what's happening.
Yes.
So, We'll continue this with our lobbyists later. With that, I will close the toll. Great conversation. I really appreciate hearing from everybody. And just. It's
So, so if I might, clearly this one stayed. We can take, some of this conversation and put some specific to-dos in this list so that we know exactly what our strategies are. The poll can be one of them, the working with other cities can be one of them, the engagement with legislators, just so that we have our strategy a little more fleshed out in here, I think would be good.
And do we maybe want to change the title of it to include an engagement on the regional?
If you'd like.
Yeah, and I was thinking adding a piece about, the environmental process, engaging in that too, or we have to decide what that looks, whether the level of cost. And that.
Maybe change the word opposed to consider alternatives to something like that.
It's up to you folks.
Oppose and consider alternatives, I think. Oppose and
Oppose
consider-
current projects.
Okay.
That's really what we're doing.
Okay, so as I mentioned in the intro, our plan would be to take everything you worked through today, redraft this accordingly, bring it back to you in the future meeting. Make sure it's right.
Do you have any thoughts on the environmental process and what's on participation?
Unfortunately, I think the money last time was necessary, but I really did, I think what we found, what the Jordan Ramos found with their consultants was valuable. And would have been super valuable if that one had been the beginning, right? So we may have to, we'll try to share the effort with the other agencies that are going to be studying this. It proved to be kind of difficult, but we have a little more experience with it now, and we might be more successful in getting the shared approach we talked about.
Would there be grants available for something like that?
Well, I really like your notion of recouping our costs somehow in some legislation, and I wonder, I paid that one to ask Doug Riggs if there's anything that could be slipped in somewhere to recoup all of these costs, because it's been a tremendous amount.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just know that, I've heard from the county staff that there's technical teams have started to work on, have preliminary meetings to work on preparing for the future EA. That's coming later this year, and so some of our consultants that we had last time were integral to that process, and so there was asked of like,
They're hoping that you will release your attorneys to work on this again.
and Transpo in particular, because one of the components of the work that Transpo did was take the model inputs, unpack it, and really look at, is this an appropriate forecast for diversion and things, and they found that it wasn't. So having that was very valuable to the whole regional team. So when we can talk about that in the future, we'll put that on the agenda in February to touch base on. We can't make decisions tonight, but we can perhaps staff can get a ballpark cost estimate. We can work on that, see what that would be for engagement.
Great.
Okay. On to great discussion, everybody. Thank you. On to the next topic, which is the indoor recreation and civic center feasibility.
Great. And this is one I think we can probably do pretty quickly because we just had a big update from Megan, several of them in the last couple of months, from Parks and Rec Director Megan Big John. You have just approved the phase 2 contract for the rec center, which is going to do refinements to design, refinements and cost estimates, and revenue estimates, and community polling once those pieces are put together. So I presume this one stays on your priority list. One of the things I wanted to point out was, remember last year, we fleshed out these things in the council world. We have 5 or 6 bullet points here, and a lot of them are done, right? So you've done a leadership role in community outreach. We've hired a consultant. We had a task force group working on things. We're still on track for potential ballot measure if everything comes together. If something is affordable, and if the voter polling looks favorable, the community still wants it, knowing what the costs will be, you're on schedule to do that. time. So I think it's great. We can update this with all of that information. Keep the Parks and Rec Group Advisory Board thinking about this, working on this, and I think this piece can just be updated and kept for building some clarity. And I assume since we just agreed to expend a fair amount of money on this, that it's still a priority. Still something that I would hope that councilors would spend time on this. We will need your involvement for this project to be successful.
Comments?
We're looking for reports in February.
You will probably be getting reports from Megan and her team almost locally through this break.
It's great.
Yeah.
And any role we can play in kind of coordinating
Yeah.
efforts
Yeah,
and
and
listening efforts and public opinion efforts.
the part that I always make sure when I'm in the new audience, and since people are watching, the purpose of this is not to definitely have a risk. You worded this carefully. It was explore the feasibility. If there's great community desire for this, the initial polling showed that. But we don't know if it's feasible for this community to move forward, and that's what we're engaged in, to find out if we can pull something like this off. And then it would always go to the voters for their judgment.
Thank you for
If
clarification.
you want to continue to explore.
Continue to explore feasibility, something like this. Yeah. Okay, next on your list is police review and recommend committee. This is one you may want to talk through, is how this stays or whether it stays. As a reminder, the reason this was in here was because the council wanted to prioritize your time in creating this committee and getting it up and running, and that is indeed happening. The committee has been meeting. You're going to be hearing their first annual report in February. They're working on it right now. In fact, we were in contact with some of the members this morning about some of the details of that. They are meeting at least monthly recently and as needed. So, that group is working as it's intended to work. And I think my question for you is, would you like to keep this here, change it? Focus on something else that we are open to.
Councilmember, go ahead.
Yeah, I can see certainly if you evaluate the police review and recommend committees, activities, something like that. We're still on top of it, but we want to see how successful it will be.
And I would agree with that just by saying, we've done that, take it off, makes it seem like that's not a priority or important to us anymore, and it certainly is.
Yes.
And I would also add that since we don't have a liaison role because of the nature of that committee, I'd like to hear more maybe about what they're doing. I don't know how.
Well, so they will be reporting to you in February, so I think that's great.
Right, what is the frequency or the interval of their reporting? This time.
They are required to have 2 public meetings a year at least.
Okay. Maybe council. I don't know. Or
Let's-
as needed.
Yeah, let's have the first work session with them, and then we can
Great.
get that discussion over. I appreciate that. So keep the concept of this committee and the importance of it, valuing as a council priority. So pick up something in the language for you suggestion, perhaps.
Fine.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll just change the strategy essentially in the role. Okay,
I'm glad that the group is working.
yeah,
Seems to be doing
they've been
well.
very engaged. They've been very engaged. Alyssa, do you have anything to add? Just, I want to make sure that all of you jump in. Alyssa's been quite involved in this as well, so.
Yeah, I think that the work session has been could be an opportunity to talk about what you know from that. If you ask questions you want.
Okay. On to define and fund drinking water system capital needs, which I happen to know is very much in progress with a new master plan.
You will recall that, a year ago-ish, when these were drafted, we were in the throes of the water line on the bridge and the funding requests and all of that. Some of that has settled out a little bit. And I wanted, this is another one that I think, so kind of 4 in a row of your priorities. You defining this as a priority and spending time on it and not spending time on it means that things have happened. And, particularly on this one, you were successful in obtaining federal and state money for the water line, the other empty bridge. Those are huge wins. I should haven't seen those dollars yet, but we're on the list.
Yeah, it's the federal government approved,
Not that I'm aware of.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah, as of today. But we made the cut, excuse me, we made the cut and we made the cut at the state level too. And so the taxpayers' burden, the ratepayers' burden on that project was greatly reduced by that. Nor, even a year later, have we received any bills from ODOT for this. So you will remember, they were telling us, any day now, you're gonna start getting bills, no bills, yeah. Yes, I just checked with our finance director the other day, and no bills yet. So fortunately, we haven't gotten the bills, and fortunately, we haven't gotten the money, so. But it is gonna come, there's no doubt it's gonna come, we all see the work happening out there. We know we're gonna get those bills. The other piece of this was the water system master plan, as the mayor already mentioned, the master plan is underway. This winter, you will be getting that report. So this is a capital report, the report on the capital, the condition of our water system capital infrastructure. So this is reservoirs, this is pipes, this is pumps, this is all of the things that go into that.
And this will also be a huge list of needs.
Right, the huge list of needs, there will be a big list of needs, there's no doubt. And the utility advisory board is prepared to work on that, and to assist you in going through that, but I think this is, we will, knowing this is a priority, I always say water, pretty basic. Probably our most important function is delivering water, clean water to people, and, we will prioritize this when your reports are ready, and we will let you know if there's anything that goes off the rails on those federal and state requests. So I would suggest maybe keep this one here, we can change it. Good, I mean,
One quick question.
Yeah.
Does the city have any role in testing the water? The bacteria or chemicals?
yes, we do some testing.
Okay.
And there's a report that goes out. Yeah. So it happens at every stage of the system.
Okay.
I'll just note that the UAB had a recommendation on this for our goal setting that I will read. The UAB is concerned that the water utility fund may not have adequate funding and may require a rate increase in excess of 5% in the near future. It is premature, however, to recommend a rate increase until after the master planning, the water system is complete. We have a better sense of capital project needs over the next 20 years. The UAB recommends that council begin considering the timing and resources that may be required to implement a rate increase in excess of 5%. Feedback from the UAB. So we'll, I guess, definitely keep this on the list and perhaps reflect the master plan and action considerations after the master plan is complete this winter.
And, in my previous professional experience, often when master plans are completed, then the system development charges are also reviewed. I know that the system development charges are increased by inflation and numbers every year, but if we see that we have new or different items on the capital requirements list, it may be appropriate to look at the system development charges as well. That's a good time to do it because it's all kind of been new.
And is SDC included in the master plan review, or is that kind of a separate?
I think it's a separate piece of work. I don't believe it's included in the master plan.
Can you remind me what contractors do in the master plan?
I think it's Consor. That sound right?
Yeah, with an R.
Yeah, consort. Sorry, I attended one meeting of UAB, but that was Senate, but I could be wrong, but they're also doing our South Coast Water Board master plan. They've done a lot of engineering work for it, so. So, anything else on that topic? It was interesting, like, I had a conversation with the Senate President. He was asking about, well, what's up with the water line? Have you paid him, and I had to tell him, they haven't even billed us yet. It was like, hurry up, hurry up. And then we haven't got the bill, but we're grateful for the money and gonna use it for sure once the bills come in. But do you know the status of, just for the council's information, of when that line is gonna be shut down? The transition.
Well, that keeps being pushed out, that's my understanding. I don't know if there's a revised date. We thought we knew when it was gonna be, which was. I think it's already passed. And it keeps getting pushed out.
And is that gonna impact our ability to move water through the brand new west line that has never been used? Because we were gonna do that instead of getting water from Lake Oswego.
My understanding was they were being pushed out to the same extent.
So perhaps we can, this is a topic that's actually quite important, obviously, the water line and when it goes off, for impacts to Southport, impacts to the city. Let's schedule a briefing, maybe next in February. I don't know if there's a meeting time for that, but just a 20-30 minute briefing. And let's invite the ODOT engineers working on the project and have our public works staff there too, to brief us on the status.
Okay.
Just so the public can have a fair understanding, we have a fair understanding, and kind of, but Wyatt over at Southport sometimes will ask, what's the status of the line? So we'll do that.
Would it be relevant to include someone from UAB, if they're chair or?
Yeah, we can invite.
Let them know
Certainly
it's
invite them.
happening.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. And obviously I'll get smarter too.
Maybe that'll help us, get some concrete information and commitments on that timeline, because it is, we want to be able to use the force main to save money from Southport and not have more complications, so. Okay,
I'm gonna make one comment, just, this kind of brings up to me something I'd like us to discuss and talk about as a goal, when we get to that point, and it reminds me that it's kind of a process, reminds me that to improve communications and our knowledge, as council members to get out in the public and then have people ask us questions, I'd like to get updates on projects like this, like when there's an update, when there's a relevant change, for instance, a scheduled project gets pushed back. And then people in the public might say, hey, whatever happened with that water line? And any given one of us might not even be recently briefed or aware that there was a change. So that and that comes under, in my mind, the heading of communications and our ability to communicate effectively, basically, so that we know kind of the status of things, if they've changed.
Yeah, that's great. And this is such a manageable list in terms of number of items that I think that would.
It's kind of a problem.
We've done infrequent check-ins at council, right? And then.
Right. And I'm not even,
Whole list.
right, I'm not even talking about just the water line, but as an example of this type of thing.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. We can work on it.
thank you, great comments. We will reconvene on the water line topic and soon, and it'd be great to have ODOT there as well. I know they have it, or Keyway or some representative that can answer some questions about that, so.
Just, in case you need breaks, just follow it again.
Okay. How does the council feel? Is everybody okay going a little bit longer? Okay.
And we'll have a lot of public visibility in 2024. And I think the strategies in here are going to run through a couple of things that have already happened when you think about it. intentional involvement with indigenous entities. I think the council is making steps on this, and you particularly, Council President, may want to talk about this at this time. You have approved the construction contract for this historic city hall, and the work actually started this week, so that's a win. Your focus on this area is bearing fruit. Some of the things are not really have not made much progress, like work with the property owners on the future of the Blueberry Pond. That property owners engaged in the planning project, but we haven't really gotten a full report as to what's happening.
I'm having a copy of them tomorrow morning.
Outstanding. So we'll find out more. This is one that I've spoken to Planning Manager Darren Weiss about making sure the council gets frequent updates on these and just checking. And I think both John Floyd and Chris Myers will be doing some blending here into Highway 43. But both of the planners in charge of these projects will be scheduled on to council in this various times through the spurts that we know what's coming on. Task forces at work, as we know. And so I think these we can look at as your priority led to projects moving forward. Happy to answer any questions, the detailed questions. My thought on all of these, as you can tell, I'm not the expert almost on any of them, but I'll do my best, and we will be having updates with these projects moving forward.
Has the Highway 43 group met? Or has people been appointed records? I haven't heard anything about that.
Has it met? I don't think so. Yeah, I think that one is just a little bit behind.
They have had one meeting.
But they've had one meeting now. Okay, then I'll go.
Council
I
person?
thought that I was supposed to be counted for something.
I know, I can follow up with Chris with you. I know it was a virtual meeting, and I know some of our YAC representatives were there, which is how I know that it must have been one. But I'd be happy to follow up.
Okay. Okay.
They call it Vision 43. I like it. We'll change the land use connectivity planning too.
Yeah, we'll rebrand it in the council rules. I'm curious about the question you said, so I'll try that. Any questions about leaving both of these on here? As sort of priorities, it's still, it sort of raises the question of what things should be on here and whatnot. Again, we use this to understand how you'd like to spend your time.
And I think these broader vision kind of things are exactly what should be on the goal list.
It's so early.
Yeah,
I mean,
and we can't claim victory on either.
Right.
Yeah, we know that the Vision 43 is going to be a very long process. The contract that we approved had lots and lots of community involvement points and engagement points in it. So we know that's going to be a while.
Yeah. Did you have a chance ever to touch base with Elaine Howard about the tip?
Yeah, she's available to work on that. And we can bring back some information on what that project would look like.
That would be great. I think that's on the list here.
Yep.
And I had it on my list as kind of something to explore or can, move into the feasibility phase this year. I don't know how long it takes to, I guess there's still the feasibility element of what even financial potential does that have for city, but I see it as a long-term play for fund Highway 43 improvements. If you have, potential zoning changes from the vision plan that come from the community, then you have the tax increment district on top of it to reinvest significant funds into the corridor without raising taxes. So I think that'd be something to look at for.
Agreed.
also, is it true that it's ODOT's wish to offload 43 onto West Linn. Is that right?
I think that, I don't know that they have an official position on that. I'm sure they would love to be rid of it.
And would there be any potential, do we have any leverage to say, sure, give us also the funds for the repairs
Yeah.
and ownership?
Yep. When I last heard talk of this, the big question was the amount of money. Their discussion with us, and I think maybe this is pre-pandemic even, was we will do a thin overlay over the whole thing and you can have it. And our response at the time was, no, it needs to be fully rebuilt, pedestrian safety improvements, bike lanes,
Right.
everything. The gap between the one and the other is significant, tens of millions of dollars. I've always had this dream of getting it into a legislative bill and having the legislature fund, maybe there's a big package in 2025 on transportation. Part of it could be, these are known as orphan highways, right? Maybe there could be an orphan highway on them, which is a big pot of funding for doing this work.
So yesterday, my husband and I drove out Tuesday and back, and coming back down Highway 43, and the absolute worst road in the state.
And maybe using a bargaining tool of, we have to be subjected to tolling, diversion traffic. The only way we would, we can support that sort of change in our system is improvements, paired with improvements to Highway 43. And all of that, the whole entire package, all of the upgrades, all of the multimodal. I mean, it only makes sense that we ask for that. Demand it. Oh,
This one, it's certainly an item we hear about from the community a lot, and I know you do too. It's almost like what you're talking about as a separate goal. I wonder if you want to consider like prioritizing effort on Highway 43.
just the like,
The vision plan,
Right.
Chris Myers and the community members, it's not about that.
no,
Exactly.
It's
It's really what's the land use?
down the road,
Yes, that's right. It's connected, separate.
right?
You could, I suppose we could include it in here for now, include some mention of begin work on improving, maintaining, transferring, funding.
I would recommend it as a separate goal, because I think we want this no matter what. We want the Vision 43 and, the zoning changes, the planning. Even if we can't make a lot of progress with ODOT on any improvements to Highway 43. So I hate to combine them.
And it would hopefully be a different time frame. I mean, ideally, the great upgrade is a near-term goal. I know that's ambitious.
No, I love that.
Optimist, eternal optimist.
Just to check in on this transportation topic, we're going to touch on TAB's recommendation that I read last night in the briefing, which actually, so for 2024 goal setting, the roundabout policy, and then continue to advocate for Highway 43 pavement maintenance by ODOT was a recommended goal. And maintaining Westland status on RTAC was the goal advisory committee. And one of the challenges that could be transferred into a goal is achieving the goal of an 80 pavement condition index for all Westland streets, which was recommended by TAB in 2021. So I don't know, I hear from community members sometimes saying we need to be focusing on roads. It's a basic service, and there's a lot of roads that aren't looking too hot these days. But I know we do have maintenance every year, maintenance program, but I don't know if there's interest in council in having just kind of a goal around road maintenance. Or calling out 43 specifically.
In my conversations, particularly at the neighborhood association president's meeting, a big topic that came up there was traffic safety. And I think that could easily be combined, and maybe we can pursue some grant funding for traffic calming, methods and everything. So before we just go out and put a floor seal or repave a road, maybe if we had some grant funding that we could use to kind of figure out ways to do traffic calming. There are lots and lots of ways to do that that don't include speed bumps, which we know the fire department doesn't like, and that will still encourage people to drive more safely and more aware.
So we'll do this.
Agreed. Let's see, so it sounds like separate goals surrounding Highway 43 and the road. In the funding for the orphan highway type of thing. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, or as Council Bright suggested, something a little more holistic about road maintenance and
Yeah,
traffic
exactly.
safety. And have a bullet in there about advocating for Highway 43 improvements by it.
That'd be great.
We could work on something like that. I was saying that they are intending to forward you a recommendation that traffic safety should be your main plan.
And while we didn't have representatives from every neighborhood, every neighborhood that was there said, yes, this is an issue of concern in our neighborhood, except for maybe Farragut Heights.
So we can put it on the list for now and then keep the conversation going and see where you go.
When you put these things on the list that we've specifically brought from an advisory or NIP residents, could you just make a little parenthesis or some kind of a footnote? Just so I'm happy to be seeing that we're working in these advisory groups, and if it just says improve traffic safety, it doesn't say specifically we're listening to
That's great. And the mayor's doing a much better job of it than I am right now.
Yeah, maybe improve traffic safety and road conditions throughout the city. I mean, I don't know if it's worth it to call out this pavement condition index of 80, which is kind of the standard of like really good road conditions, but it was a recommendation in 2021. I'm sure that's an aspirational goal, but
Well, and Public Works may have some of that information kind of already on an ongoing basis, because that's how they prioritize which roads bring them, including the budget for improvement.
Okay, and noted.
So
And
that's.
Dylan is fairly familiar with these CAG reports too, so we heard some people find us which report it's in, would be awesome.
Public Works does track PCI, and I do want to say that I think it has been increasing. They get a report from them.
So again, that's a communication thing. If the transportation advisory board doesn't know that that information is already being tracked, then
That would be a nice thing to put in weekly newsletter.
what's PCI? Sorry.
Pavement condition index.
Oh,
yeah, in the past, that came like as we go had a target and then did like a funding measure to
Okay.
reach that target. I don't know, it's one of those things that people regard as a core city service, is maintaining the roads, city streets.
and the more you track it and the sooner you can do X instead of Y, and it's just a lot cheaper and it makes the road last a lot longer instead of waiting until it's really degraded, like Highway 43 and having to rebuild the whole thing.
The next one is transportation related transit services, and the goal was explore transit services. Here's one that I think you can claim a big win. Your priority on this, your talk of this, definitely reached TriMet's ears. And they have proposed the new services that we've been hearing about. They're in the public comment period right now. Hey, it's not over yet. And the new services proposed include a line from the Willamette District up Salama Road to Rosemont to Lake Oswego Electric Farm and then down to Lake Oswego Transit Center. Proposed to start in August. And with a TriMet board meeting in March, and we're trying to schedule TriMet reps to come and talk to you about this. We're also drafting a letter sending to the TriMet board. And any personal relationships you have with TriMet board members, I would say definitely explore that, would be fantastic. The other piece that they're proposing is that the new, or the revised line 76 between Linn and Oregon City will get off at the 10th Street exit and use whatever Falls Drive to get to Oregon, so that connection will be maintained. So theoretically, they'll take the bus from here and either direction to Lake Oswego, to Tualatin, to Oregon City, so there's a lot of possibilities. None of these will be, as frequent as some services in Portland, but it's definitely a start. So I wonder, on this one, maybe this is one you could really install. Doesn't mean you won't keep doing it, or keep doing it and just reword it. There are other things that we could look at, but I think with those two services and all the other things you have to do, I would say probably other transit consideration, maybe not an appropriate. Just my thought.
We had heard that there was perhaps some grant funding available for a kind of shuttle kind of service because, well, Robin Hood has access to the 35 bus line and they can easily get to Lake Oswego or to downtown Portland or to Oregon City to try to plan a bus route, say from Walmart to City Hall would be very circuitous. So I don't know if we still have room or need for some kind of a shuttle service within town.
That what they call last mile.
That could, sounds like sort of a last mile type of service.
Mile and a half.
I mean, I'm interested in that, especially if we're talking about some kind of funding that isn't our budget, but
Yeah, when you're looking at resources that we have available, I am not sure that we need to cut resources that we are, but if we can get grant funding to do something like that, it might be worth it. It's like staff time.
and what is the impact of some other overlapping service to TriNet's, how is that viewed? Unfortunately, I don't know a lot about transit services. Obviously, if they overlap each other too much, it would take away ridership from each other. So this came into my mind as I was thinking about in the past, we've heard about potentially partnering with some of our Wilsonville and having them just have some extra maybe connected to Westland and Wilsonville, which makes sense to me, but would might look at that as a threat to their ridership potentially, or are we still looking at Smart?
I think SMART goes up to like Tualatin, so that people can get from Wilsonville and then from that.
Oh, I see.
that.
Okay,
But that's the only thing, I'm not sure where else they might
that's
connect.
a roundabout.
Yeah.
Kind of,
Yeah.
I mean,
It is, but you could take that. I mean, it adds up to quite a long bus ride. If you think about it. Again, getting from here down to Willamette, down to. Well, so I think we could keep the idea of shuttle service. I think, yes, all the bus providers definitely look at ridership and competition, right? So any new service that's added into the mix that I've already just described would have to be looked at pretty carefully, not to take away service from the lines that we're getting.
Make sure we get the slides.
So the purpose,
Yeah.
the purpose was last mile and a half to connect people to increase the ridership.
That would be
Fine.
nice.
They probably like that.
Okay.
They probably like that. It's, I don't know, it would be. Hidden Springs, I'm not sure what it would be, but we probably have to hire someone to look at how we would do that.
I just think of all the people who are aging in place and what a great benefit that would be. And I'm also thinking about ways to make our community more independent and self-reliant as far as people not having to go out of the community to access services. Obviously, the services then need to be here too, located here, but as we face the potential for tolling diversion traffic, especially the less travel time people have and more locally, they can have their lifestyle. Of course, it has wonderful environmental benefits, but just the convenience. And so if we have access to transit options, it improves people overall. And their ability to stay here in Westland and stay in their homes and that sort of thing, stay in the community.
Next to housing policy as well.
Right.
Housing to.
Exactly. Yes.
Good discussion. You know, I wonder if we could do some public engagement around the trend, like the, try to propose changes and see, just elevate the knowledge of the public and get some feedback as well on helpful.
I believe you sent out an email with the links to the public comment, information, for the new TriMet routes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And then we hit this a little bit.
It's been in the newsletter, but we need to keep promoting, you know, in all our meetings.
Yeah, actually, that was the other reference to this, Mass Communications that does TriMet market the change, the new line, or do we market that, or what's the?
They will market it, but they're not, I wouldn't say they're hitting the Westland community super hard right now on advertising the possibility.
I see.
I mean, I don't directly as a resident from TriMet,
So is
possibility of new service.
their decision, is it still being decided whether or not this new line will come? Or are they hinging some of the interest on how much public comment they get during this comment period?
Well, the way it was described to me is the proposal was put together with a high level of confidence that that's what the board would approve. So the board does have to make a formal decision in March on all of these new services entirely region-wide. But I think that they worked with them all the way along in the development. So I presume what they're going to hear is a lot of people from our community saying support it. So I would love for them to have 100 emails or 200 survey results and feedback that just bolsters that.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then the other thing, like I said, we're sitting there, they wanted to start in August. So we'll be working with them starting after the board decision on stop locations and trash cans and all of that stuff that we do with Westland. The industry.
Do we have a plan to make some kind of formal submit comment to the meeting?
Yes, I mentioned that earlier.
Oh,
We drafted a letter for the council to review. So,
Right.
yeah. And then I would encourage all of you to poll yourselves if you haven't already.
There's a poll.
Yeah, if you go find that link, the TriMet website has a feedback.
You might do something.
No.
Thank you.
So are we doing any polling on our end, or are you mainly?
Wasn't planning on it. My assumption was that the community be super supportive on this, and we're just directing people to TriMet to get the board.
we just need to encourage people to comment instead of just looking at it, going, yeah, that sounds good. and
Yeah,
walking.
that's
They need to fill out the thing, so they TriMet knows that a whole bunch of us like it.
Most of the bus stops don't have shelters.
mostly, that's true. Yeah, on a line like this, that would be mostly true, but not entirely.
The shelters in Robinwood was a strong effort by my husband 4 or 5 mayors ago, 6 mayors ago, I don't know, a long time ago, to get bus shelters at those locations right along Highway 43.
That might increase utilization.
Yeah.
I just got one call from somebody concerned about the changes, and then I was like, hard to know how representative that is of like that.
Concerned about the line thing?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, so I just picked the call and I was trying to, say, well, I don't know if that, I appreciate your perspective, but how does that factor in the 20, we always talk about 27,000, so.
yeah.
There are people who don't support transit lines.
Yeah.
Who either think it's a waste of money or have other impressions of people who use transit.
Right. And then my son, when he visits, he's 100% transit from our place to downtown or wherever else he wants to go, unless I'm willing to give him a ride. And, but he's a major proponent. And yeah, there are people that don't want to be on a bus with a whole bunch of people, they don't know. So they get in the car.
Yeah, you know, it's, especially with tolling coming in, I think it's an important conversation to be having, with alternative routes. So. Are we leaving this on the goal?
Keep as a goal? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think, you know what, I think it's important, given that they're gonna be making a decision, the outlook of taking it off before they make the decision, you know, let's keep it on just so we can reference it as this is the council priority.
Yeah.
Great.
You know, if we do some community engagement on the topic and get some feedback, we'll include that in our letters too.
Okay, and then we'll keep the concepts of the shuttle service. A little bit about aging in place and, you know, even explore, keep the idea of exploring smart services. There's some way that we can link into their system without negatively impacting traffic. That's great.
We did have a good conversation with county staff about shuttle possibility. I don't know how it changed with China route changes, but
We haven't talked about that since the China announcement, so. Okay, leave that on. One more goal from last year, and this one was a little bit of a combination of things that various councilors had raised at the time. This is environmental protection and sustainable city operations, and you have upcoming joint sessions with both the SAB and the planning commission that I think will be talking about these items. Talk about the water resource code, the tree code with the planning commission. This SAB is also interested in the tree code. The SA, Dylan, remind me who actually have been talking about the electric equipment use in that conversation. How does that work?
There has been discussion with Greg Smith, the chair, and Megan, Big John, Parks Director, and Fairplace, trying to figure out a resolution, something that works for the city and SAB in terms of gas power. That's true.
Yes, that's the one, moving in the direction of electric equipment if possible.
For the city, yes, although there's lots of concerns about weight, charging, no spaces for charging, equipment for like parks, emergency planning, steep storms. So trying to find a balance. The SAB initially came in wanting to ship it all the way there. That'll be.
In the climate resilience is one of those items.
So this is one I would say suffers a little bit from the lack of a staff person. We've talked about it before. We don't have a full-time dedicated staff person on sustainability. And I think if we did, we would probably have a little more show up on this one, or there'd at least be a little more coordination. Dylan does a fantastic job with the SAB, but it's one of the things he does. So this is one we're trying to pay attention to this as we can. Megan is going to be looking, she just told me yesterday, she's going to be looking at whether there could be some demonstration parks or areas that electric equipment is used to test. Maybe there are some grants out there for this kind of stuff. There might be some equipment we could try and see how it goes. There are a lot of other things happening in this category. For example, Morgan Coffee will be giving an update soon on electric vehicle charging. There's a PG grant out right now. And Morgan is working with the SAB and city staff and some other folks around town about spots that might have grants for electric vehicles. I think our next presentation will be actually being used as a demonstration of the city hall. Those ones will probably continue as is for a while. This lead certification policy, I would say, we did find this old resolution 15 years old that cites all sorts of old standards that are currently used over. We think that perhaps before the city operations building or the recreation center, either of those, we should understand what your goals for us are. Sustainability on this facility should be as a review before.
It's very expensive. We found with that doesn't include any actual. Really standalone, so it's something to look at. Perspective on our results to other certification, sustainability, goals of the lead, as expensive, just a little more practical.
Certainly, maybe a little easier on credibility, but still,
Start building.
it's still part of, to the little whoever, maybe, we do the hard, maybe silver, because I know it's.
So we're going to be very conscious and purposeful about this for videos. I want you to know that the consultants that will be or are already looking at design are aware of the various options and understand how they affect design processes.
Do we know how, like, as we go to the hall, it's something that I could imagine that somehow.
Dealer, but even a little bit change now or something.
Yeah, the ones that were, yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm a big fan of not being in the middle. And I would definitely advise looking at Milwaukee's practices because I know that they've done an amazing work under Mark Campbell's leadership to create stability in the citywide system. And so I don't think we need to necessarily, start from zero. They've already done a lot of homework, and I know they have actually established.
They do.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were comparable in size. Well, I don't know budget wise, so.
Larger population.
Think about sharing person. When you do it else, credit writing.
As we do the behavioral.
Yeah.
Or even Brandon City, like, they have those already doing their own thing. They don't want our emergency. They have a robust group called the Exodus Sustainability Network, and it functions sort of like an advisory group. I participated in it prior to running for council when I was doing 5-minute activism work, and they, for instance, put on an electric fair, exploring electric appliances and vehicles, that sort of thing. They do a lot of research, and so they might have some even online presence and recommendations that we can look at. But I don't think our sustainability advisory boards, we don't need them. But anyway, there's other people working on this out there. We don't need to start from zero. Reading that type of thing.
Our SAP does connect.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
One last thing on this is that we do have that new position, finance department, Sherman, Stephanie Hayes is joining us, and is getting up to speed, and Lauren has assured me that in a few weeks, maybe a month or two, she will be able to have some time to focus on grants, various city departments. So as you remember, that was the one added position in this budget. And if Stephanie made her money back, that's what we do.
I'm not good at it. She's very enthusiastic.
She's great.
Yes,
Yeah, and it's exciting for us to have that.
Yeah.
So that'll hopefully get us moving forward a little bit. So that is the main pieces. So I think that I have about these three schools.
Super kind of mentioned the PGE grant for a bunch of people. There was one other one that I learned about from a little official advisory committee and all that. It was the Oregon Department of Energy grant program that's for community renewable energy grant program. And they had something in January of last year, so we missed out on it. Looks like they will be this hearing, we haven't announced any details, so there's time to take a look at it. Just to flag a few people that got the grant last year, like the city, the Dallas got $758,000 for construction of a solar facility and vehicle charging stations. Some school districts got funding, St. Helens got funding for planning. So basically, there are two types of grant planning. For emergency contacts. You can't get uphill for a while. Sundown, the lower elevations.
Winter, so
I will send over the website. Even though it's all just do a little research over here on that. Any other wrap up?
No, it's done. What I wondered is, well, so just looking at it's a little soon. We haven't talked at all about ideas we have. New projects, new projects.
Happy to do that. So, we have a running document we could already medicate us.
Well, I haven't taken notes on these. Alyssa has volunteered to take over from me forward, just like you did here. This time, one of the more difficult easels.
So
I think
I would like to see others in a priority, travel, engagement, and communications. And it's been in the past, I don't even know if people are willing to say it on the record, but there's been kind of a hesitation because of the complicated intertribal relations to even involved in this discussion, but I'm gaining more knowledge and hoping that we can more actively participate and not be reluctant just because we're not sure if we're saying the right thing or engaging in the right way. I like to still engage. So I'm not sure whether there's anything on my priority that I'd be interested.
I think it's a key to the waterfront area is having successful travel engagement. So, however, incorporate that into our process.
And I don't know if it's sustainable with council, but it comes from a communication too, to me.
Another thought I had is to be very production of our idea.
Exactly.
Already stated TNA.
Yes. That,
It's necessary.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, communication.
And then maybe maybe goal or
There is current. Yeah, I mean, it's not taken care of, there is this in the.
that's
Yeah.
That's easily the same period.
I need to know this at all meeting at Glen Park over to the.
Oh, right, that's what I want.
Every time you write something, you say that there.
Well, we'll bring it all in, we'll get it outside. So what I would say on this one is let's keep this here and talk more and efficient, what's, because we have a lot of work on the way it's, it's a statement and reading such activities. I don't know, this priority that falls under it. Maybe on the idea that just like, it kind of gets into the council meeting discussion, but increasing access and opportunity for people to serve on council. It's a priority. That was specific for last year, kind of was a priority, but calling it out specifically. Maybe it's, let's see. Yeah, you can, we'll solve it. Let's do the loads. Yeah, it's fun.
Thanks. I agree. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, council belongs are not safe. I would like, basically, use of the, essentially, what we have to go through.
Yeah. That's actually a state law. Yeah. So none of the discussion later today about the current council or current seats, but it should be about the long term. So I just want to add our basic access.
For people that jobs, I mean,
Increasing access to opportunities to serve on the council.
And then just to serve in any capacity on the community advisory group, so I think there's a lot of people that feel like they can't do it because they don't know how to do it, or so they get more welcoming, accessible. We're out there. Thanks, Linn.
Even if it's or we can't get online. You know, one thing that I noticed for some of the reports was just we were struggling to make more. Maybe there's a big officer trying to find people that serve up. It's all maybe there's just if I do struggling to make more on us concerning and I don't know increasing the number of people on evaluation would be a solution. But it's that's for future decision. It brought it up, but it was a theme of struggling to get engagement.
Increasing the number, increase the form to the.
That's a good question. Awesome.
I agree with the points made about accessibility. I think communication is a part of that, and I'm not exactly sure what this will look like. I'm certainly open to suggestions that, you know, how do, so if a barrier to access or is sometimes a self-perceived barrier, and I don't know enough to say that's a barrier, self-imposed barrier. So there be better communication and education, access to information on the roles of individual tasks. I mean, I'm sure that was, I'm guessing they're listed for the last since I looked. But descriptions of requirements and basic purview of each role is available somewhere.
Each committee is described.
So, I mean, I remember when I just remember my experience, and it wasn't that long ago, it was probably 2018 or so, that I even learned the existence of advisory boards, because not all of which I was operating at the time, not focusing as much on city, but my kids' activities with family. And then when I moved then it was very hard to get information. Um, Initially, I think there's been a revamping of our website since then, but I just remember looking at advisory groups, just doing a search on the city's page and coming up with old meeting notes from 2011 or something that, and having to just wade through a lot to get information. I'm also concerned just on advisory board for a minute, about the attendance to training and what the requirement is for that, or if there's one, what the responsibility of the city is, because it was that the effective number of the training by 5 or 2 on the night. Is that a normal?
Recorded post watch, it's, it's not individually. It's.
Is there a legal aspect to signing?
The only thing that you require is the signing for us.
That's something
That-
that has to track and it's people about that.
We ask the staff liaison to help secure those meetings.
Oh, okay.
So.
Say a lot of people ask me, do I have to send it to 3 years in a row? I suggest you do because we do not rule with the application. Okay, yes, thank you for having that.
I think that's for, even after getting that answer, people will.
Chris, anybody involved in setting it up so far or assets in it so far? I'm just wondering how we do if we do better, if there's a way.
Council make an expectation.
I think so. That's what you need to do your vision is. This form, in this case, in the form of an expectation, communicating an expectation. And I would say my wife without communication and advisory boards, I was really interested in the status of the reporting form. Is that go here? So CPI endorsed having that, but then it doesn't seem to continue on. And it just to be clear, this was determined by me that there's some sort of reporting structure as far as when we're reporting back, what the advisory board wants us to be reporting on. Rather than us going to the meeting and then deciding on our own what to report to council. I'm interested. I think it would help standardize, but CCI review the form, I thought, and pass it on.
Yeah, we did form so to know. I don't think we ever.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm interested in, again, I'm reading the legal and having standardization within our roles. Do I think it's helpful? Individual past plans. And if, I don't know, is there an expectation that the council member be present, this, the council liaison be present at every school meeting? Every,
Well, the possibility is that I can't remember what the word is.
made.
Maybe.
I thought it wasn't a requirement, I don't know, it's pretty simple, it depends on the council too, like, a lot of times they check with their staff or the chair, and they just can't get that big, and others attend every meeting. Okay, well, so being what is a standardization of expectations, so I, as a new councilor, 21 experience, frustration, in expectations, reporting. And I just think it's better to communicate what those expectations should be. And then so that the advisory boards know and the liaison knows.
Okay, we'll check from the board, but then I think the expectation is that
by writing a little mayor's handbook for future mayors, for future council, I mean, it's like, what do you expect them to do when you're in the position? And how it's done about outside of the organization, or community member, look and go, okay, how am I doing that? What am I doing?
Yes, I think that comes along self-perceived, self-perception, and I don't even know what they do or what's expected of me, but it's somehow clearly conveyed. And I think it might be true that we don't necessarily, or we benefit more from people who haven't necessarily been behind the scenes for years, or only people who've been suspended 6 years, or benefit from people who serve on the advisory board or the planning commission. We don't necessarily want to say, well, no one with Valley Council who has that space.
Any other suggestions? I have one more, give it to the council. How much do you already?
Just general potential goals.
That you both, different sheet or continue on the current sheet.
One of the things I mentioned is, and it's been brought forward by the neighborhood association president, was the traffic safety. And I'm not sure if they have it right now at the end. I think if we look at it from the perspective, there's available, a picture from Iceland somewhere. Their traffic is studential on roads. So it looks like you're gonna run into something, except it's just painted on the center.
But you slow down and see what it is.
So
The closer you get.
it's not, I saw this everybody else on that, and I was like, yeah, that's very powerful. You got on the hill and center. To move into traffic safety from the perspective of traffic calming society. And so we've already talked about, or we talked about interchanges and spread outs. So that's kind of the beginning of that. We would like to increase that figure out people today. We don't have any kind of major enforcement that is traffic calming designs on our street before we go slower.
Kind of road maintenance, traffic safety and road maintenance, we can have these strategies there.
Yeah.
And also the roundabout.
Something I have, I kind of went back on thinking about goals to bring on what I'm hearing from the community. And I just keep on coming back to communication. I am hoping that we can, not that we aren't, that we can continue improving our communication with the people in the community, and generally, I think having good expectations and realistic expectations is important too. So, for instance, the agenda, that was a concern for some people that it didn't have got posted, but I think also we have to understand that we're all human and emergencies arise and that can affect schedules too. So, but staying open about communications.
What would you say that communication?
I need to think that, I mean, I don't think, well, let's see, I want to make sure it doesn't sound like I don't think we're not moving in the right direction. I just want to make sure that I'm listening, we're hearing what we've been, the feedback we're getting, and we're incorporating that into our goals.
I would suggest to the goals, maybe the strategies that we include communication piece. And that could be, communication by counselors as they talk to there's mitigation plans, things on the website. But if we as a strategy for each of the goals, we might just highlight it because probably through communication a little bit.
I think that's much better.
So that would be right now. Yeah, just more important to get us communicate. On that, I did have one thing to add, which was kind of representable that maybe the certifications in the report. Especially evaluated by the strong disaster preparedness, or emergency preparedness of organization and community. That's what I would call it. So disaster preparedness as an organization and community. Just
I heard from people, I know,
I know. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't remember who brought it up, but it seems to be right. Dylan worked really hard on that as our, I think you're our emergency management coordinator, as one of your training roles in the state. So I think it'd be good to have that be on strategy of how do we increase communication to the community during emergencies. You know, we had a good conversation with Lee Smith last night on her mayor call about this farming centers, food centers. I know there's some things that there have been about plowing, you know, action plans and after reports. And
yes, on emergency preparedness, I think that would be really a key fund to also create partnerships, regional partnerships, or some regional partnerships. I know that during Tony Humble's speech yesterday, the city manager of Morgan City pointed out that the only warming shelter or place of refuge that was open during the storm last week was our Father's Park in our area. So I don't know if what the need level was. I'm not sure. I mean, I'd be interested if anything goes out to us as an area to work on in the storm last week. I know a lot of things came up as areas to work on the storm in 2021, but I know that was a different storm, but its impact, did anything rise up to our notice?
Sort of looking at the as well, but we didn't have the Wi-Fi power outages, which that's the big one. So there's always frustration with folks that live on smaller streets or the very steep hills. Get to be events. Considering the scale of it as we go, I think the reaction to the community is a lot different this time.
Does that good enough to us?
No, I reason though. I mean, I saw some threads on social media. Seems like I'm allowing as much or something like that.
I think that's a little bit of education around how to address the environability of plowing was local. But I think it's important to follow up with that, after the storm too, our position on any education and communication. So we mentioned that, in the last room as well, but it takes time. We need to keep putting that information out there, newsletters, things like that. Make sure you're doing that
Will be people there.
yes, they're always
central question is, how do we stay ready for disaster in any form, earthquake, or the weather? And so that's the organization on the organizational side and on the community side outside the organization. That's to be like the key question that we already work on. Just letting maybe the priority for.
We do have a very active regional cities and county. Yesterday, kind of doing some after action reporting, the warning shelter thing did come up. Community college they did kind of set a special one for a little bit. So yeah, overnight was so it ends up like us to go at it and they had some data shelters. One night, there was encourage people traveling and getting staff to staff and it's also so we've got a talk about there. It's also here at least we have shelters here and that's why we're moving over here.
Do something in person with that.
It's something we talked about.
I would like to prioritize caregivers and the ability to have different neighborhood and as much as possible in every neighborhood in certain areas so that they're accessible. Have a refuge. I'm not even going to call it shelter. This isn't necessarily overnight, but
Yeah.
Around the station, Indian natural plants and the year was solution funded. The friends around the station is working on getting the money together to generate for that facility, which is nice. It's all in the house of people for that age. Get to it even in a nice situation.
but having those kind of centers available, I don't know. I would like to talk about that.
The demand has been low. We have other cities have the same experience. Trying to figure out demand versus case. And starting a volunteer program to try to see people who's been volunteer shelters. So we're a little interested.
And something else, you know, it's just powerful because people go on their phones. That's what they're doing. Yeah, that's true.
How will you publicize the possibilities?
Oh, this is encouraging for staff to, shelter.
Do they have your standard?
It's, we're going to open a building like the staff. So, there's other to like,
Yeah, that's the problem. Fish.
So these are our, some of our visuals that we get through the plan to take on the whole facility. So do we need to relist everything? Correct. So, what, we kind of been earlier and talked about keep or remove, so some of them,
all the people earlier, and now there's 40 months. So I just want to point that. And just really thinking about your time energy and making sure that you know what your requirements are. All of these make perfect sense for they really do the new ones. And they already be stuff that you're already interested in. But yeah, they said at the beginning, this is your document.
we don't need to condense from a manageability standpoint, or what do you think? This, we can set as many goals as we want. I can give you 50 goals, but then we have power our staff. So we didn't know that. Yeah, I want to make sure we're preparing to expectations for our staff and yourself and the council.
If I'm happy for the council, right, because if we were talking about staff priorities, so be an entirely different list, not different, but how she.
Understand. That's the issue.
I have to say that reviewing these goals, I mean, they're kind of baked into what we're doing. And for instance, the goal is review and recommend committee. I think we left it on because we want to make sure we're prioritizing the importance of it, but it doesn't mean that we're spending a lot of time on it and it's happening and we want to keep on the progress of it.
I agree.
But that's going to
Maybe the same.
naturally occur in our work. So I don't think that this is being an overwhelming list, but
Separated and longer review, ongoing activities. Yes, required.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of naturally become a monitor. And just because we were taking a goal created last year.
tell you what, we can take everything we heard this morning and as it is for put a new day on the front and, allow you to discuss it.
For the record, that Councilor Linn did submit a comment with the goals. So we can enter this into the record of the whole study meeting. What would I say?
And I would also say that some of them, a lot of them got out of your sense of people.
Something, It's in my car that to eat, so. Okay.
Okay, let's, we're at 12:15, 12:14, almost 14, right on time, actually, right? I don't know, we need to be decided. I figure. Part of the agenda that was, we didn't figure out, but
I would say that's, let's take our break. And then we can look at it when we come back to the break. So, Pat and Dylan, if folks are watching what's going to happen as well, the live stream will continue.
Yeah, we have a few minutes in front of it, so they know, but we can't child the YouTube because we can't really service.
Yeah, so the YouTube, if everyone's watching, the YouTube will continue, we're gonna turn off the audio. And when we reconvene the meeting,
we see.
we'll.
Yeah. We are adjourned until after lunch break.
And that's. You're a little later, but. We're scheduled 12:30, so we know that it's working much. I have to get around to it's. Good to see you.
Everything good with this? Okay. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Well, I will reconvene the goal setting retreat of the Westland City Council. In Wednesday, January 24th. The council is present. John Williams is present, staff is present again. We have with us our city lobbyist, Doug Briggs, to take us through a legislative session briefing. We're putting up on a short session. It's going to be fast, it's going to be quick, and we're going to get down there and hopefully do some lobbying. So I guess we'll just turn it over to John and Doug to take us through the big legislative session. And the lobby, I just will reflect real quick that we've had success over the last year taking on back. We got water line money, we got results on polling, and happy to, I think the role of our lobbyists is invaluable. Still helping us to stay focused on what's happening when it moves so fast, especially in a short time.
Absolutely. Okay, so we have been told by those watching our live stream that the sound from the alarm calls to the phone, we almost keep speaking up. Make the best of it. And just to reiterate something there said at the beginning of the meeting is that there's no final decisions made today. All work will come back to council in a regular meeting with all our audio from our upgraded council chambers. So yeah, Doug is here to talk about the upcoming session. Make sure that we understand the best priorities and we know what the landscape looks like out there. Since we were able to enjoy a little bit of a longer lunch than we expected with our friends here at the Adult Center, which was lovely, we're a little behind our schedule. And so we'll see how the conversation goes. We were scheduled at that side of the 1:15, really coming in at the needs to later in a little bit. Pretty. Thanks, Mayor, Council, staff, and audience online, Doug Briggs, I'm your city's lobbyists or advocates or educators, depending on how you like to phrase it. As the mayor mentioned, we're moving on a short list of the session. In 2010, the voters passed a constitutional amendment to allow for and require annual sessions. So the even year is a short session, so we're 35-day constitutional limited session this year. The odd year last year was a 150-day session last from the beginning of February through almost the end of June. Typically, the long session is more complicated. The detailed session last year was no session. There were about 3,500 bills introduced last session. That's a lot of bills to track, and as you can remember, if you look back at the bill of our bill tracking list, it was a little updated. With 28 pages of bills to get tracked. Just for city council. The first session is limited, so it's not only unlimited, it's also bill limited. So each legislator may only introduce 2 bills. So 90 legislators times 2 is 180. The committees get 3 bills, and then the governor, the administration, basically produces 4 bills. Interestingly, the governor only introduced 1 bill this session, and she made a big deal out of this. That's her housing and homelessness bill, which is, I believe, it's House Bill 4137. It's one of 3 housing bills. So, it's a time limited session. Really, there is, it's moves in the 3 guys. So, a bill introduced in this session probably is already at hearing. They've been front-loading the hearings on most concepts. So it's February to February to January that hearings, a lot of concepts are becoming goals. So that means that once the session begins on January 5th, they have just 8 days for the committee to move the whole document. So a week and a half, they've got to get that bill moved out. So the first day of most hearings is on a Tuesday, so that following Thursday, most bills will be out of either the Senate committee or out of the House committee, either back and forth in the Senate and House, or go to Ways Meeting, which is the left. And then the bills move to the Senate and have that same 8 days after it has for to go back. So after that, you're like 2/3 of the Senate and you're on the week after. So it really does go quickly. So things are kind of front loaded
the end of next week, all the bills are introduced, we'll have a better sense, but expect about 350 bills total, so that is 10% of what's typical of the law session. The two overarching themes for this session are going to be housing policies, which continue to be thinking for a lot about, and behavioral development and what's that. So the two major themes that will be on most of the oxygen. On housing policies, there are three packages. There's a bill proposed by the governor, which is mentioned. There's a Senate bill, which is focused, and I haven't seen the draft yet, focused on the moderate income housing. And then the House bill from Representative Beckman, it's going to be very large capital bill. So it's going to have a lot of areas in the capital bill. On behavioral health, this is really going to be a hot topic. There's a controversy with ballot measure 110. There are at least two proposed ballot measures in the fall to repeal parts of ballot measure 110 and recriminalize possession and use substances that were decriminalized by ballot measure 110. And then there are two competing ballot measure 110 bills in the legislature. One is sponsored by the Republicans, and the other was a bill. The other being sponsored by the Democrats. That's going to be a really tough for me. I'm not sure, to be fairly honest, that I see a pathway for the majority bill to get through if all we're going to a bill against some of the Democrats feel off because they vote any change in ballot for it. So it's going to be one of those issues that in the final phase of the February March session, it will involve things. So those are the two big the other area that we covered are, it's not a catch-all, so it's requests that were floated last session and the long session didn't quite feel literal. Or bills that got through maybe one side in one chamber and got passed, but then held up in the other chamber. So they've already been vetted, already had hearings. Sometimes they try to push a few of those issues through. So that's kind of a quick overview. I can stop taking any questions and talk about some specific areas.
Questions?
Okay. So I divided it, and it'll be, I'm sure, online in your record. Trying to divide the most important issues for Westland based on my conversations with many of you staff into three boxes. The first box, of course, we've been doing a lot of time on the last, since House Bill 2017 passed, and way back when, is holding on the other end of 9205. It remains to be seen what the legislature what action they will take in session, but I think it's accurate to say that the tide is turning from a legislative perspective. I think if there was a bill before the legislature today to modify the tolling program to create a more fair, more spread out approach for tolling to be a part of the revenue solution. I think something like that will be likely to pass, but I don't think that will come up this second like 2025. But I do think that the materials that the mayor and the council members and the staff about that our allies in Adams County and the other cities have brought to light made a real difference. And in particular, that hearing, which the full hearing is the one that took place in Wilsonville, Charlotte, and also in place in Gladstone, really moved the needle. I think some of the legislators were not considered a shock. They didn't realize just how unfair the process has been and how erroneous the ODOT calculations appear to be in many 5% residents. So from we're working very closely with our legislators, Walters and our Wagner, as well as other key allies like the department, the cities, me, etc. A lot of people are very interested in Woods, way. A lot of legislators are very interested in. They are. They want to be responsible. Obviously, ODOT has a funding clip that's showing up for that maintenance and operations and projects, and so I think we all acknowledge it need to be sufficient revenue to keep our transportation system operating safe. But it's a question of how do you go about that? And so that's the I think the legislature will dive into is this issue. It's sort of the fear of we we, those in need of the mayor dug out research was really move balance. So that's on holding 205, so stay tuned. One of those lots is something else we've been very involved in and very active in. Grateful for those lots that we're getting for exciting development. It is an action-oriented organization. And it's very exciting to see the group moving ahead. Reed Wagner has been hired as the executive director. He and the chair for CD Lewis have really been active and engaged in reaching out. There are a lot of things that group needs to do. Some very develop a business plan, identify potential contractors, begin moving ahead with accepting the laws that before is done with different activities. But having something that doesn't really require any legislative action this session, except for there is a question of whether or not the procurement statutes within the bill we passed a year ago are flexible and go out and quickly on things. So that'll be technical. Talk about possibly 2024, but it's more. The last box mentioned a few things. As always, there are entities in the state that want to take the authority away from less than citizens as far as permitting, what is going to happen on your border and your within the Stafford area. If you recall, there was an intergovernmental agreements and memorandum of understanding between the cities and county governing what would happen with Stafford over a period of time. There are people who don't like that. They like to see what unilaterally move ahead. But the recognition is always been that what happens to one part of Stafford impacts everyone who borders Stafford. So we've got to keep an eye on that. Second is infrastructure funding. Housing infrastructure in particular is key issue. So speaking of that, there are proposed bargaining unit changes that would impact your police budget by bringing more supervisory police folks into the bargaining unit and also allowing them to retire about the clear, which would increase your first costs. That's something that the leading cities are taking a close eye on. And then I mentioned that when everyone can and so those are the big buckets of areas we'll keep an eye on. But as always, we'll be track it, but what else is track? And there are other issues that come up. I would say, it takes a village over First Lady and Senator of New York. And it really does get those to be able to practice, especially when that. So I would say if you hear something or see something in the newsletter, assume that we have seen it, but we might not have. So do this in email or text or we'll stop there and take any questions. A little bit over time and too much.
Thank you so much for all of your work and all this information and partnership. It's really important. My question would be about kind of the messaging around the Linn, we discussed it earlier in our session here today, as far as maybe a more nuanced response to tolling would be to not be anti-tolling ever as a concept, but or give us tolling that we can support, give us a plan that we can support investing in our legislators. What do you think about that? Or should we just keep it simple?
Well, that's a political decision. I will say that tolling in the use of Oregon paid for specific project for users can see benefit for many years. Yes, bridge, the long new bridge, the 205 bridge back in the day. The problem, I think, is, from my perspective, has been that ODOT's imposition of massive tolls on one project impacting only one set of communities. And at a rate which generates far more than they need, and not so much over the period, it has undermined support for what is the fair use of tolls as one of the tools to get all of this. So I think if that's the message you're talking about, to me that makes sense. But the problem is what it's doing is eliminating one of the tools that's okay forevermore. basis. And I think that's the way to roll out, in my opinion.
Are you referring to the, initiative petition to put it on the ballot for voters?
I've had conversations with people from other regions, and they look at the potential of $3.60 or $4.20 or even higher for play, and if you go back 4 or 5 times a day, as many people listen to you. Maybe 4 or 5 thousand dollars a year, people, which is outrageous. And so when we contact people from other parts of the state, who's been working, I heard some of them during mention this very issue. It suggests to them that polling is every constituent paying 4 or 5 thousand a year. So people believe the worst case scenario, because that's what's presented.
A couple of things that we talked about today earlier was one thing was the funding for these environmental processes within cities and counties, in particular Westland. For the first environmental assessment, we probably spent $80,000 on consultants, and we thought that was like the environmental assessment, and lo and behold, it has to do a do-over, and now we have to engage potentially look to pay consultants again. So I don't know if there's a way to there's some grant funding, if the state legislature wants cities to be engaged, is there some 50% or 60% some sort of reimbursement grant funding for this kind of for environmental process to the county to apply, city to apply? I mean, we're talking Linn County, Clackamas County, all of us cities that are engaging in the work. It's really starting to see many, and the funding that we really play a big role in that cause is the planning that our consultants have. So that's some of the rates for budgetary considerations.
Well, it's going to be the if you already pay for it once, that if it's the decision of the department to make you pay for it, to do something with us, the requirement is decided by the applicant that you pay for that. That doesn't make sense. I haven't heard of any proposal like that. Somebody called it.
It probably hasn't been proposed, but it's Portland got funding from an IGA. They signed an IGA saying we support the justice pricing, and then ODOT paid a staff for on this stuff full time. Not every city.
Probably people got a goals that are going on these items.
So something to look at in this session. I don't know, and not from solely Westland. Like we did funding for water lab. We're not trying to take money from the pot forever, but all the cities that they've done engagement. Otherwise, we're just running it through, nobody's through nice plans, and then it passes. What so that was one thing to raise. Anything else on?
Last we do environmental assessment, at least input into the scope of work. An aspect we're interested in.
Yeah, so I agree with what I need to treat this as a program from the get-go, rather than as an afterthought. It's very important.
These environmental systems determine where impacts are,
Right.
and the models they use and everything. They're not investigated by qualified people, then it's who knows if it's accurate or not. In the last case, it was found to be totally inaccurate. So it's something I think it's worth thinking about the possibility of having to do 1 or 2 consultants again. And in fact, I'm sure other cities are too. And then the issue of, as this totally not a solution to ODOT's budget. This is for major projects, not the profit and operations and maintenance of ODOT itself. This is not going to be the solution to that.
Or parallel, economic solution to hiring a whole new wing on staff for ODOT so they can pursue whatever they want to pursue in the metro. Which is what I think they're doing there. They create this whole new bureaucracy of people in the really volunteer for it. And they're paying for it out of their spending, but
Thank you for this, and I would like to just reinforce my personal willingness to travel to Salem and advocate when we see the need for that, please let me know, and I'm sure others might be available to do that too.
I would say that the meetings will be down on last couple sessions, bringing the everyone else and staff, and they've been very effective. Very, so we do have a delegation that wants to be part of it.
Yeah.
Very helpful.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for being here. It's always, it's hard. Here's on the ground.
You know, really, the last fall was, or we kind of get in person week that folks are considered across. Probably.
I will miss that today.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah.
I just want to check it off. Should we take a quick break and figure out the So we had a 2-minute break. 2-minute recess, and then we'll transition to our collaborating feedback people.
Good job getting us caught up on the agenda. Appreciate a lot. Talk about.
Hello.
That should be it. Yeah. Participants should be able to hear you. How's it sound now? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Should be pretty instant, yeah. Is it? Okay. Yeah, we told it to switch.
Okay, yes, I can hear you. You need to step out. Hey, no, I can hear Gary. But I just want to make sure that that is turned on, right? Yeah. Because you are speaking here. So if you step out of the room, you should not do that. Well, what I'm trying to figure out is. I'm sorry.
Okay, so this should not be using the wireless.
Yes, that works.
Maybe letting it sound like the calling sounds really good.
Yeah, but can I mute? Is that mute?
Yeah, that'll be me.
can we do a test of that to make sure we're picking up back here? Just want to make sure we're picking up the full sound as we talk at this volume.
I'm waiting. There's
There's a delay.
not seated yet.
It's all stereo.
No pressure. We did test it while you were talking, but not from every corner.
Jeopardy, please. Jeopardy song.
I know. That's all right.
Shall we just get going?
Yeah, let's just get going. If it doesn't,
I will let you know.
if it doesn't work, let us know.
Okay.
We'll reconvene from break, on to the next agenda item, which is diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging update and discussion. So I'll let John introduce the.
Thank you. And for folks watching online, we have tried to change up our audio. Hopefully we are easier to hear now, and we apologize if it's been difficult for the morning part of the meeting. We are excited to move on to our next topic here, which is a discussion of the efforts that the city has been working on around the areas of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. We're thrilled to have our team here, or a big part of our team. Tricia Brand is our fantastic consultant who's been helping us for quite some time. Doug Erickson has been sort of our internal lead on this work. I appreciate Doug's work all through time. And Kimberly Rhodes from the library has stepped into a leadership role recently on this. We are very excited. This has been a big focus of mine to create an organization-wide DEIB program. And Doug and Tricia and Kimberly are here to tell you what we've been up to and have a conversation about how the council wants to be involved, could be involved. I'll let you folks know that this morning when we were talking about priorities, there was some discussion of, you'll see it even on the whiteboard there, you'll see a discussion of DEIB, tribal relations, and maybe making this a council priority area for 2024 and beyond. So we'll be interested in your thoughts on what that interaction between the staff work that we've been doing and the council's role would be. So take it away, these three.
Thank you for having us. I wanted to start out by giving just a little history of the DEIB work here in the city. It actually started in about 2015, 2016 year. As was mentioned, Tricia and I were colleagues for many years, Lewis and Clark, and worked closely together there. And I asked her if she would come and work with us in the library, and then also with our teams at the supervisory level here at the city. And so those we started our relationship with the city formally with Tricia. And from there, she also worked with the county, working with us specifically with the library staff and doing an all-staff training with them. And we started to identify, some key areas. And then, of course, we had some DEIB-related issues in the city that became very vocal and public. And from that, council had suggested that a DEIB audit be taken for the city. And the Kenley group was chosen to do that report, and they did do that report. Out of that report came the idea of creating task force initiatives around things that we could be doing in the city to be better in our DEIB efforts, from education, from our languages that we use in our materials, all the way from things we advertise as far as job openings and postings, languages and job descriptions that take out pronouns and other things like that. And we began to work on those efforts, creating a dialogue around that, specifically working through my office and with Tricia. From that, we started to create a group initially with a lot of the supervisors, and then we expanded it out to staff, what we call a DEIB task force. Tricia introduced us to Chemeketa Community College, which Kimberly will talk about in just a second. One of the first things we started out with was a culture of belonging book that we started to all read together as those staff that were department heads and administration. I thought the first thing we could do was give you all a copy of it, because it kind of is the foundational part of our work. So I have one for all of those that are here, for the council that is not. Get to that. I just want to pass it around. We'll be talking a little bit more about that. But really, I want to spend some time with letting you hear from Kimberly. I asked Kimberly earlier this year, after we finished our first cultural competency cohort, to co-lead the DEIB task force. She's a youth librarian here with us at the library, does a fantastic job, and has always been engaged in DEIB-related activities. And so she became one of our leaders in this area, which I think is really important to note, that we're having staff-led direction in this area. It's not top-down management. We're working collectively together to how we can be better in these areas. So I want to turn the time over to Kimberly, who will then talk some time for Tricia, and then we'll come back around.
Well, thank you for having, all of us, thank you for having me. Thank you for asking. Obviously, Kimberly Rose, children's librarian at the Western Public Library, but I also think it's important to say, I have lived here for 27 years. I've raised 2 kids here. I work, live, and play here. So the work that we do, and I don't mean that we do at the library, the work that is done in the city affects me as an employee, as someone who lives here, and someone who's raised a family here. So I feel like I'm coming at it from 3 different angles. I got to be part of the inaugural cohort for the Cultural Competency Certification Program through Chemeketa that Doug mentioned, and it is where professors come in, they sit down with us and talk about how we can be more inclusive and foster a sense of belonging. And at the end of it, you do retain certification. So I got to be in the inaugural part of starting our 2nd cohort right now with more staff throughout the city. And it has just been, it's pretty rough. I was asked to co-chair the DEIB task force along with another, Tyler Harmon, who works with our Parks Department. I'm very honored and privileged to get to do that work. The process started in May of 2022 for this task force. And we did it so that we could assess and strategize the DEIB work plan. And that DEIB work plan kind of came through with that Kennedy report. I'm not going to go into details about that, but we're taking all of that information that we learned and putting it into action as employees and city staff. One other thing that I feel very strongly that needs to be mentioned is this is about inclusion and belonging. But what it is doing is twofold, it's probably 20-fold if I'm honest. But one thing that I've seen that was such a lovely surprise is the interconnectedness of the people in that group. I don't know planning people, I don't know finance people, but now I have colleagues that I not only respect, but that I trust. And what they've also helped me to do is look at the city through a lens that I don't look through in my daily dealing with children. So it has been, I'm looking at a couple of you right there that are just, it's a privilege to get to do this work because it broadens my perspective and I have a deeper compassion, grace, and empathy for things that I've never experienced, nor ever will I. But when I get to sit in a room with a bunch of my colleagues, it's magic that happens. So that's kind of the fluffy part. Tricia will talk about this in a minute. And we really have been so honored to get to work with you. Tricia is our DEIB strategic consultant, I think is the language, and she is really supporting the leadership in all of this with the DEIB task force. So she is available for lots of questions and help, and her knowledge is incredible. But I hope you feel good about what we're doing and happy about the things that are being created by this work, not just for your staff, but for the staff and the people when we're here in the city. There you go.
That's great. That's really beautiful. And I really appreciate sort of hearing, of course, how Doug provided a lot of the context around the work that's been ever evolving within the city of West Linn and also more broadly in Clackamas County around some critical topics, what it means to be a real resource when you are involved in supporting a community. How do you continue to ask yourself, how can you be the best possible leader and resource in your community, even as the community continues to change
and evolve and also be impacted by other things that are happening in the world, and in their own families, right? So it's been a great journey, and Kimberly, thanks for sharing that. I think especially that piece around the community building and how as leaders you continue to establish a different kind of trust in one another, and a different way to work collaboratively together. That's an important kind of tenet in doing any kind of engagement around equity and inclusion work. Equity and inclusion work is more than anything, it's relational work, and it's about ensuring that everyone feels like they can thrive in the context that they're coming into, can thrive as employees, can thrive as members of a community, can thrive as kids coming through the K-12 system. So how do we continue to support that? So again, I'm Tricia Brand. Who am I really? So again, as Doug already mentioned, we worked together for almost 5 years at Lewis and Clark. And at Lewis and Clark, I was a dean at the campus, and I also helped to lead a lot of programs supporting students, particularly programs for students who were coming into Lewis and Clark, and we're trying to find a sense of belonging and supporting that experience for them. First in their family to go to college, students of color, students with disabilities, students who were either already identifying and out in the LGBTQIA+ spectrum, or were beginning to question and were beginning to kind of figure out how they could form identity. All of those student communities were a part of my leadership at Lewis and Clark, and that allowed for me to work with faculty, with staff, with leaders, administrators at LC for several years. I left Lewis and Clark in 2014 because I took a role at Portland Community College, and I felt called to want to support education that we know oftentimes really has the most meaningful impact for communities, uplifting communities right in our own backyard. So I really felt drawn to wanting to figure out how to make sure that a college degree was accessible for anyone who wanted it. Our Lewis and Clark students are incredibly smart and talented. Case in point here, Mayor West Linn is a perfect example. And yes, it's still a college environment. There's still a lot of struggles and challenges, and there's a lot of important work that faculty and administrators put in to ensure that they can thrive. But really thinking about the mission of education, moving it to PCC gave me a chance to even have a greater impact. So really just wanted to provide that with a little bit of context as well. DEIB, good DEIB work, especially for a city and for a city where employees are coming and supporting so many different diverse operations, is really about good design. So my role as a strategic consultant is really to say, I'm not a full-time employee of the city. The city doesn't have someone who has a title or a moniker of being an officer for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, but many within the city see it as a critical part of how they lead, how they hire, how they develop employees on their team, and also how they respond to community needs. And so how do we design an approach that really codifies that commitment so that everyone understands that that is mutually shared and understood? How do we start to organize around being able to demonstrate that commitment attitudinally, as well as in policy and decision-making and response when things that you don't anticipate are going to come up, and they might have something to do with social identity or a sense of not having access to power and decision-making, and really being able to understand how those factors are at play. And when you don't have someone who it's their job to help lead and guide this work, how do you create some kind of shared equity leadership, shared equity approach? So the last year and a half has been about building upon that concept, making sure that everyone is committed to it, really sees themselves in it, and that it's widely understood and supported. And over the last maybe year and a half, there's really been an opportunity to do that. Having that DEIB task force working alongside John and Alyssa and Doug, and they're thinking about how to support the city employees and how they model the work for the rest of the community, really created somewhat of an incubator so that the experiences of that task force could then go to their respective departments and be a part of conversations, could come back into the space to think about how we want to create some sense of kind of, building those muscles and determining how we come up with a structure that's integrated into all these other efforts and, policies and procedures and approaches to the work that we're doing at the city. And the more that they talk to one another, the more that there's been interest in wanting to say, how do I become a part of it? And what is our collective role? What are the roles and responsibilities for everybody across the city? So that's been primarily what my role has been, and we've hit a couple of key milestones. We've talked a little bit about the Cultural Competency Certificate. Believe it or not, people love being able to learn about themselves, and of course, if they are committed to DEIB, they want to participate in DEIB training, but there's nothing more satisfying than feeling like you kind of got a certificate out of it, which means that you can be seen as someone who, you did the homework, you engaged in the conversations in meaningful ways, and it is a transferable skill. It is a transferable approach to your work. It's a transferable skill. And it also, it holds you somewhat accountable when you've gone through something like that. If we go through a budget certification program or a project management certification, you now know that folks can rely upon you to be a resource in that way. So that was a really important milestone. Utilizing the cultural competency certificate as a way to help the task force better understand how they could help lead work for the city and for city leadership. Being able to identify co-chairs so that this work is largely internally led. And so my role can go from being as equally involved in helping to set those priorities and to continue to refer to me for some of that work, can really be something that is completely generated from within city leadership, and continuing to bring more into both the training and development, but also moving toward what is, I think, very soon to be a DEIB statement and vision, so that all the city employees can think about for their department how they'd like to see that show up. How can we identify an action or an approach that can help us advance our commitment to equity and inclusion. So that's been kind of our journey for the last year and a half. And the goal is to continue to see this spread and also to make sure that there are some pathways for folks to set a goal, engage in that, and then evaluate it in a time frame that seems meaningful. So I will see my time now and turn things back over to Doug, who I think he wants to see how we might be able to help think about.
I think there's a couple of things I wanted to mention. One is that this work has been ongoing for a while, as you mentioned. It's now really embedded, and John and I have made the commitment, and John has seconded the commitment, I believe, that we're going to try to get every single employee through this program over a period of years. And we have commitment from Chemeketa. We're the only municipality in the state that they're working with, or that's even doing this, the only one that offer a program like this inside the state. So we're appreciative of their commitment to us, to help us, and I think it's an affordable thing for us to be able to do and to make sure that we have all our employees have that. So it brings up unique opportunities. It can be challenging, I think, for us, depending on where your lived experiences and background is, but I think it's important to know that. But we also wanted to, in talking with John and Alyssa, offer up, what can we do? We'd love to listen to what your concerns and challenges are around DEIB, and how can we help in that area, especially Tricia as a resource for our city that's been working with us as an employee base. How can they assist, or how can she assist in helping with council, or how can we help with that? The other thing is, with that in mind, tomorrow afternoon, and I'll send you all an email. We're going to set up some time in the afternoon if you'd like to have a one-on-one with her and get to talk to her more directly. There's been some expression of wanting to do that, and we're going to carve some time out for that to happen. So I will let you all know that. So we really want to just offer you the opportunity to talk to us about what your feelings, or are there areas that you're concerned about, or things that we could be doing to help you.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
It just says that there's, I mean, we're in the work constantly. You hear about it all the time. But for you guys, it feels like the DEI task force, I feel like an ambassador from the library, from my city. When working with the general public, with a colleague, and the beauty is we have ambassadors from every department. And so when you have enough of us out there with a similar vision and a similar goal of making sure everyone feels included in a sense of belonging, it changes things. And it will change the longevity of your employees because there is a trust and even if you don't always agree or there's not an identity you share, there's a sense of a tether. And that is a lot of why people stay in positions. It is, I feel like we're just saving money doing this. From an employee retention standpoint, it's just smart work, smart ways to do business. Not for that reason, but that's just a lovely byproduct. So that needed to be said.
You mentioned Chemeketa. I'm not familiar with that. What is that?
Oh, yeah, so Chemeketa is a community college. It's actually located in Chemeketa, they're in Salem.
Okay.
And so I mentioned, my relationship as a community college leader. I was Chief Diversity Officer for Portland Community College. And Chemeketa has taken the bold step of acknowledging that there's a ton of need in the community around being able to engage around DEIB and work through the state to be able to create these certificate programs. So, yeah, but it's our community college in Salem.
Okay, thank you.
Just I'll give one little more background. In 2017, the legislators in Salem passed a law that every community college, every public institution of higher learning had to have some sort of cultural competency for all of their employees, from faculty, staff, and students. And this is where that program was born out of. And they're the only ones that created this kind of certificate program out of it. But that's where it comes in. And they're very engaged. I also want to say I've met the president of Chemeketa came to see me in my office, and we spent 2 hours just talking about this and how it works. So they're on the ground floor vested in us, and we're vested in them. And I think we're already seeing some of the outcomes from first book.
Yeah. There's also tremendous resources, without a doubt, with Clackamas Community College. I mean, I know Tim and was another really, fantastic partner. There was real interest in figuring out where everyone should put their collective work to support the state. And so Chemeketa became sort of the lead in providing this training and development. Other institutions are doing other critical work to help support that Oregon legislation. Great question.
Any other comments?
Well, thank you. Yes, thank you all so much. I really appreciate the work you're doing. And one question I would have when I first heard about this program, I wanted to know how I could learn more about it and learn from it. Is there a way that, I understand a program probably wants people to enroll directly in it, but is there a way for you to share some of the aspects of the curriculum to us that we should maybe be taking into our work?
Sure, I think that there's a couple of approaches that we can take, and one is, using some of that curriculum. We are going to have an open house with the instructors in February 21st. I'll be sending you all an invitation so you can meet with them and talk to them as well. And we can talk about this ongoing, but certainly we can share with you the curriculum. Certainly we want to offer us as an opportunity to help in that area, and then also if there's a specific training or ideas that you feel like I'd really like to have this, we have Tricia. She does live in California now and works at a college down there, but she comes up here fairly quite a couple two or three times a year to work with us directly for periods of time. So we have that opportunity to plan in advance to do that kind of work if you would like, and specifically that would be around this cultural competency or maybe something more specific that you would all like to be working with.
Thank you. Including if you want to build something like, I was mentioning no good design, you often want to start with some sense of what do you see as your goal? How do we then determine the best way to get to that goal so we can work first with figuring out what's sort of the structure of how the council wants to engage around DEIB. And then we can start to determine the what. So what's the why? Then we can determine the what and the how. But it can be very developmental, and it can truly be driven by what you feel is most pressing for the leadership role that you have for the city.
I'd also like to be open to being directed toward something that maybe I hadn't thought of, so that it's not all coming from me directing, this is what I want to know more about. I would be happy to be identified, oh, this is an area that maybe council could benefit from learning about that we just came across, or I've been personally engaged. Anybody who's gotten within 10 feet of me knows that I'm really interested in learning more about tribal relations, tribal government relations, and inter-tribal relations, because of the interests that various tribes have, specifically in the area historically of West Linn, and that can be complicated. And so I'm trying to learn more, and just to let you know, Tricia, I have enrolled in the PSU's tribal relations certificate program. So with support from the city, which is I'm very grateful for receiving approval to do that. But it's an area that I think we need to learn a lot more about because of the sovereign governments that we can interact with, and there's a lot of just lack of understanding or knowledge around that for just the general community, but also us in municipal government, and how to do our role better by learning more.
I think I appreciate you brought that up, because in Chemeketa, they have direct relationships with the Grand Ron. In fact, part of the processes before COVID was they would go and spend a day with the Grand Ron. And that comes as part of the curriculum that we were working on the first cohort. So we could tailor something directly to that, where you can go and they talk to the students of the class or cohort for a day. They talk about their traditions, how they've been challenged, how we can work better together inside these relationships. And so they're very tailored to that specific tribe and that specific issue, which I know is one of the many tribes that we want to have a relationship with. So we certainly can make that happen too.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could get a copy of the syllabus for the cultural competency,
Yes, I can get that in.
one page or something like that.
You're having some office hours tomorrow, or you have time to meet up tomorrow?
Yeah, in the afternoon, we're going to probably in the 3 to 2:30 to 3 to 5-ish area, and I can send you out times if that's.
I think it'd be great, because I could touch base on how we can maybe get some involvement with the council. We can strategize about that.
If there's questions that you want to ask her, or you want directly, that I can use some one-on-one time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate you all coming and sharing, from my perspective. I think it's just important from an organizational standpoint that from the top, staff knows that we're supporting this work. I won't name specific governments, but there's been, talk in other governments around us about, diversity, equity, inclusion, office of diversity, equity, inclusion, and it gets politicized in a negative way, and I just think it's important that you hear from us that that's not the case here. I don't see it as a political issue. I just see it as increasing belonging, a sense of connectivity, increasing retention. By the byproduct, helping with display retention, which is making people feel welcome at the city. How is that controversial? So I'm proud of the work we're doing. I think we all are proud of the work that the city council, the staff's doing on this, with the task force, and going through the cohorts because that was stated, so that you all know that.
And along those lines, there have been 2 organizations that have reached out to me that are inside of our community asking if the city would consider responding to the county's dissolving of that office specifically. And I said I would bring that up to you for you to consider and talk about. We're happy to continue that conversation if that's something that you would like to pursue.
Definitely. And I couldn't, thank you. I mean, I appreciate hearing that. I know who really needs to hear that, of course, are the city leaders. But I really appreciate hearing that, especially that point, Lori, about like what's controversial about creating an environment where everyone can feel welcome and that they can thrive in that space. And, you know, where there's a chance to maybe reframe or reset is another part of what needs to emerge in the DEIB work, right? It's like hitting a reset. It shouldn't be controversial. Thanks.
Absolutely, thank you. Glad that we could state that. It's just important for everybody to know that. I hope that folks will convey that to other staff, just that council's behind everybody in this work.
We'll pass that on.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's really great. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
John, thank you for scheduling.
Oh, these guys have been rock stars doing this work, and it's a pleasure to work with them.
Yeah, John's leadership cannot be understated.
Thanks, sir.
Start us tough. All right.
Oh,
Tomorrow, study again?
Yeah, we can see you tomorrow. And then meet with Chris, I'm not sure.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Thank you.
Just take a minute to transition into the next is done in the chief executive part, right?
Yep. Yep.
Thank you, maybe see you tomorrow, hopefully, email me, well, it doesn't reach out. Right, time.
Okay.
New information. What's
Shall I do the same intro, or? Sure. All right, they have new information. So the next item on the agenda is potential City of West Linn response to a funding opportunity that's come available from Clackamas County through its Health, Housing, and Human Services Department. As you know, they put out a $5 million opportunity for cities to apply for funds related to what they're calling city-led homelessness initiatives. And they're not asking cities to become responsible for housing the homeless, but they are asking cities to put together proposals that address a broad range of issues related to this area. So homelessness or homelessness adjacent. And we included in your packet a proposal that Chief and Doug and our behavioral health specialist, Amber Hambrick, have put together with a proposed partnership with the city of Lake Oswego. The timelines on this have been pretty short, so it's all coming together kind of fast. We're taking up the ladder here, they're taking up the ladder over there, and making sure that everyone knows that everything is happening. I would like Peter or Doug to whichever one. Unfortunately, Amber couldn't join us, she had another meeting, but love you guys to lay out what the thoughts behind the different elements in our proposal would be.
Well, the proposal is literally just got out of a meeting with the city chief about a potential path forward.
Okay.
Different cities.
So there's 3 areas that you've seen in the outline that we're going to address between the 2 cities. That ideas, or actually 4 things that are included around ideas for potential funding in the original grant proposal that was given to all the cities. The ones that we identified that we could use the most is first, specifically, we'll just talk about the one that's specifically for us, and that is infrastructure needs for if and when we determine a place where overnight camping can happen. There's never been a budget established for that. In case we do that for infrastructure, we would need is potable water, we would need, portable bathrooms, fencing, landscaping, garbage services, those kind of things. The three cities that in our area that have done this kind of thing is our neighbor Wilsonville, which used property, of course, right by the city hall. The city of Forest Grove has done some work as well, in the city of Hillsborough. We wanted to ask for $100,000 for that because that seems to be the amount that is potentially would be needed over a period of time to maintain it, keep it going, and all of those. Since we've had Amber Hambrick working with both our police departments and our services here as a behavioral health specialist, and we also identified, according to this grant, the opportunity for some needs around some case management. We do know that our overnight camping and our homeless and houseless population don't just reside in one place in our city or another city. They're coming across. So having the ability to work across the two cities, I can tell you right now that with Amber, we've worked directly about people that have been in Lake Oswego and in West Linn and vice versa. It's been wonderful. The city of Lake Oswego has wanted to do this and has done this in the lead. They've asked just recently, which the chief can go into, that they take the lead, continue on that lead, and they put that into their own application because they're going to ask for some other funding too. But it would still be shared with us, just as Amber is. So they would take the lead, it would be their employee, which was always our intent that would be the case, and we would use two of them together. This would really be helpful for us from a police standpoint and from the community services and social service side of the house to have somebody to help us with the case management. So that would then be something that would be shared. They're asking for a letter of support, which I think I would recommend that we do, because it just changes that just a little bit. So we would initially just be going for the funding, but we'd be endorsing the fact, funding for overnight camping, be endorsing the fact that we'd be sharing this through their grant that they would have. The other thing that they were asking for, and this is across multiple communities, is a software program called Dr. Cloud. One of the big challenges, as I've mentioned, when you talk about people and they're going from place to place, how do we share information based on need? There really isn't. So there's behavioral health specialists at the county, at Oregon City, Milwaukee, Lake Oswego, ourselves, and other places. We're all sometimes dealing with the same person. I can use an example. We were working, Chief and I and Amber, just in the last 2 weeks, trying to identify a person who was having some mental health crises in both of our communities, and was really being able to work with two entities, and then calling Oregon City over and say, hey, does this look like this could be the person, and do you know where they are? So we were triaging between 3 cities, trying to identify some help for a single individual. Dr. Cloud is an opportunity in a software that is fairly expensive, but they want to share across the county for all the behavioral health specialists, police, community services, to be able to add into these databases so we all have them together so we can help along these areas. They're going to ask for that on behalf of all of the cities as part of their plan. So I think I covered most of it.
Let me just clarify for Dr. Cloud, Clackamas County currently has this software, but is unwilling to let the behavioral health specialists from all the other cities to have access to it. So this we have to, we've been trying since Amber started, almost 2 years, to do that. We have identified this same exact software, that's the same thing. It's HIPAA protected, it's all the things that the medical people can have access to, diagnoses and stuff, that would only be accessed by the behavioral health specialists and not the police.
You answered my question.
That's fine. Yeah, so also for the case manager would be for a 3-year funding for 3 years for that position, with I think the hope that if it's something that is continuing to be needed, that we would then have some time to work across cities to figure out how to continue in that effort.
This is being modeled after what Oregon City has done. They were the first to get their own behavioral health specialists. They're the first to have gone out for a case manager position to help supplement their specialists, follow-up phone calls, all that kind of stuff. And so they're obviously the city that's most impacted by this, and they seem to be the leaders in this. Canby, Wilsonville, Milwaukee, us, and Lake Oswego, we're all benefiting.
Thank you. Great presentation. And I was excited to read through this document. So is this document that's attached to the agenda that application, or what would be the
This is an outline of what we were looking at. We literally, like I said, literally just got off the phone with the Linn side, and I think the mayor there is going to be reaching out to you, because they want to make sure that we're in support of each other, and we're not asking for the same things from two different grants. So they've asked that they carry forward the behavioral health case manager position, Dr. Cloud, and, what was the third thing? But we found the money for the as needed stuff, and we would carry forward our ask for the homeless infrastructure. So.
Right, the one, I want to clarify, the benevolent fund is a fund that Lake Oswego has that we don't have. There are many times where we've encountered individuals that need specific needs at a very specific time, whether it be a woman and a child that are leaving a domestic issue and need a place to stay, a hotel voucher, or maybe just clean water that needs to be addressed, or clothing, or food needs. As you know, we do have the food pantry, and they are very taxed at this moment with their need is exceeding their what they are able to bring in, and so we all assist and help in that area. But to be able to just identify a stopgap for a very quick minute, is Amber's been able to do that in Lake Oswego. These funds would then be used for that and be used over a period of 3 years, so that we can identify. And then there have been times where we've had to interject in the city to do specific things for specific areas where we've had to take out of the general fund for certain things. This would then allow for that to happen.
So to be clear, what we're doing here today, since we're in a retreat and we're not making decisions, sort of a thumbs up on these areas. We'll change up the application to reflect the new approach, with the Lake Oswego having an application that we support, and we will keep moving towards submitting those materials and come back to you at a council meeting to give you an update on that. But if this approach sounds good, what we'd like is to be able to keep moving forward with Lake Oswego. Have you talked to the mayor now that
I talked to him yesterday.
Perfect. Great.
Because we were on a call with Tara Smith from Clackamas County talking about the grant opportunity, and I brought this up. So one thing that the mayor of Lake Oswego has been working on, that I am supportive of, is potentially getting funding for food pantry in Lake Oswego, and I kind of thought maybe we could both, apply for food pantry funds. So I don't know if that's part of.
I'll have to go back and look, but certainly if it is, we could then ask for some too. I can work with Phil as well.
Yeah, because he's been working with county staff, talking about, getting a significant infusion of funds, like $100,000 for the food pantry. And they seem to, at first there was some pushback, and then it seemed to get more receptive, going through the city and distributed to the food pantry. And so if they're applying for that, I'd love for us to apply for that too, which I could help for.
I think their program that they're seeking is called Hunger Buster.
Yeah,
Like that.
that's their food pantry equivalent,
Okay.
and the nonprofit group. So something to track. I'd love to take advantage of those funds if we can, but I will talk to him again. Sure.
Yeah, the due date is January 31st, and that's when we'll start considering all grants.
Okay, well, it sounds like support for the.
Great idea.
Let's keep going. I appreciate your work on this. I think this is great thinking. You also, earlier on, Council President Baumgartner mentioned we were over in Oregon City yesterday, hearing a presentation from Tony Congo, and it was clear what a hot issue it is over there. He sort of stepped out of his prepared remarks to say about 5 to 10 minutes of pretty heartfelt things about the situation and what a hard spot they're in right now, because there's so many different perspectives on this issue in Oregon City, but the scale is just so different from what we have here in Westland right now.
That point in time count, I've never forgotten it. It's like 2
It is.
in Westland and 800 in Oregon City. The population of household individuals is 600. It's just unbelievable across the river.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Appreciate
so
that.
much.
Good job getting us back on our time schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate your willingness to consider that on a pretty fast timeline.
Free money out there. We got to get it.
It's pretty great. It's an unusual opportunity, and and obviously what you know, Clackamas County, no money is actually free.
Yeah.
What they're looking for is for other cities, for cities to start taking some responsibility in this area with funds that were previously county funds. So there's an ownership part to this that is not even a secret agenda. The open agenda is they're going to help us, but we need to get more involved and take some ownership of the issue. And as we heard yesterday, I liked how Tony described these folks as community members. These community members that are in our community, they don't happen to have a house, but they're part of our community. I think that's a good way to think about it. That was the last item of sort of staff on this agenda. The next item, Mayor, just came from you, Richard.
Council, thank you. You know, I guess just want to go over why I put this on the agenda. You know, we've been, you know, it's been on the council for 3 years, and not sure what the future holds for me on the council, but you know, when we talk about council pay, I feel like there's kind of always a stigma of like, you know, oh, well, they're just trying to increase their own pay. I think it's important to preface the whole conversation that this does not apply to current councilors, only for the future. You know, so we can't vote to have for a pay increase. That's not what this is about. This conversation really is about beginning a conversation with council about, you know, how do we increase access for people outside that normally wouldn't be able to run for city council because of the current pay. And I could tell you, just when I became elected mayor and the Oregonian put in the news story, you know, oh, the pay is $60,000 a year, something like that. So $6,400 a year, they took that out of the charter. And people came up to me afterwards and were like shocked by that. Because you know, it's a volunteer position in nature, it's totally fine. And I signed up for that. But just looking at the future, I realized that every city has to have its own reckoning, I say, with the question of payment for elected officials. Back when we were soliciting interim councilor applications, Councilor Bright had applied. A community member came up to me at Starbucks and said, hey, I really wanted to get involved, but I couldn't because the pay is, I couldn't take that amount of time out of my life to do that. I couldn't afford to do that. And kind of just got me to thinking, like, you know, it's been, the last time this was talked about was 2008. So 16 years ago was the last process to talk about, you know, what does pay look like for the council, and anything would have to be approved by the voters and go through a process, charter amendment. But you know, it really is on us as current councilors to look at future councilors and go, what's fair? What makes compensates for what we do? And I was struck by some words that I'll just read through. If you'll give me a couple of minutes here. The city of Bend has been going through a long, lengthy process with a committee to look at council pay. And they've had they've compiled significant data from several other cities. And it's interesting because looking at other cities is not always an answer, because not every city's had this reckoning with what do we pay our officials. For example, Oregon City, our college just across the river, they get zero compensation. Then you have Wilsonville, where the councilors make, they had a reckoning a couple of years ago where they decided to talk about it. And the mayor over there makes $30,426 a year. Council makes around $11,000 a year, $15,000 depending on if you're council president. So, you know, it's community by community taking a look at it and having a process to determine what's the right approach. And I just was going to read one thing from an article in that Bend newspaper, you know, that was talking about this. It said, in Bend, leaders have taken steps to ensure that staff jobs, including city manager position, are paid salaries that are competitive with other cities in Oregon. Yet when it comes to the semi-volunteer positions that have the most amount of potential influence peddling baked into them, we seem to have thus far been okay with low pay. City councilors in Bend currently earn $10,000 a year for their contributions to the city. The mayor earns about double that. And while these are part-time positions that are meant to be advisory in nature, one has to wonder whether that the low pay, combined with long hours prepping and attending meetings, sitting in committee meetings, and meetings and corresponding with constituents is fair and equitable? Who is deciding not to serve in these servant leader positions simply because they can't afford to do so? So I just got thinking, is it something that this council would like to look at, whether it's tasking the budget committee to come up with a recommendation, looking at the numbers ourselves. We've got, two ballot opportunities, May and November. The May window is kind of next month, so it'll be a quicker process with the budget committee or other committee, or the November ballot is another opportunity to at least have a process to look at this question. So I have there's significant data that's been compiled by Hillsborough and City of Bend, and so there's just wanted to put it on the table for council discussion. I will stop. Councilor Jones.
Yeah, it's an excellent idea to have an advisory committee, basically make the study and do the recommendations. And, the other thing is perhaps if we have to change the charter anyway, perhaps we could include a cost of living factor in the charter.
There is a cost of living factor.
Is there? Oh, okay.
For the council, and it's gone up a little bit over time from that. And then, of course, you bring up the charter. I listed the agenda to be a discussion about the city charter, potential changes, not just, it was including council stipends, but any other, there's been multiple topics over the years that have been discussed in the year 4 of some people's terms, so what's important to everybody with regard to the structure of our government. But anyway.
Legislatively, special districts, the legislature has specified a number. So all of the special districts, they get $50 per meeting. And that's what the legislature says. And they don't pay that to the cities, and that's because the cities have so many different structures.
And I've noticed some tie up to county commission salaries, some just have a random number, like one of the fascinating ones was in Tiger, the mayor makes $57,000 a year, and the councilors makes $8,000 a year. So, and that was so that several years ago, the mayor could step away from the park. Couldn't work his full-time job, so that's what they did to keep that person 10, 15 years ago. And then, of course, the one thing to mention is a lot of this is making sure there's, before any during this process, making sure that it's reasonable and not straining on city budgets to take such an action. I don't want to, put it in a situation where, we're raising the pay too much and then it's causing staff cuts or strain on the city budget. So just wanted to make sure that's added, that that's not the intent. It's just exploring the question.
Well, I do agree that it's an equity and access question to me, that if you can't afford to serve, you can't serve. It's plain and simple as that. And so people who might want to be serving, we don't even know who they might be, except for the person who came up to you and just said to you, I looked into filing to run, but then I looked saw how much it pays, and I can't take the time. And we've heard from citizens, some people, expectations of we should be putting in a full-time job worth of hours a week to our job, to our role. And I certainly, it changes from week to week, but this week, there's been luncheons and meetings and evening things that last night, that town hall that I went to after several things earlier in the day, and it can be pretty daunting, and I want to be able to do the work and put in the hours. So I think it's important to also, like you're saying, not think about ourselves, although I think we also have to think about ourselves too, quite frankly. And it's a reasonable consideration to increase the pay, I think, also given this information you're seeing from other cities.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to Sure. This is one of them that, I guess a lot of planning has to go into these sorts of topics when you're talking about things that require ballot measures. So, that's why I brought it. And then today, I don't really know how to, we're not voting tonight or giving direction to pursue any particular path, but if there's support on council, we can put it on a future agenda in February.
I'd like to find out the budget ramifications,
Yeah.
I guess, to start with. Your point?
Yeah.
It would entirely depend on what kind of numbers you're talking about. I heard a pretty wide range in what you just said there.
Yeah, I believe, compare, looking at Wilsonville as an example, that's one example, so if do different studies of looking, we could just at a future meeting specify some, or have the budget committee look at it. I don't know, really.
I think it'd be useful having a separate
Yeah.
advisory group doing the study.
At the League of Oregon Cities, there was somebody, I don't remember what city they were from, but said that they did just recently increase their pay, but it was through a proposal from the budget committee.
Went to Hillsborough?
I feel like it was in the valley somewhere. We can find
So thank you for mentioning that.
At the risk of complicating things, one thing that occurred to me earlier in your conversation, when you were writing that on the board, it may not only be pay that's a barrier to serving on city council, right? You talked about awareness, you talked about understanding of what the job is. Maybe it's the hours we meet, maybe it's the expectations of the job. So the finance is one piece of it, but I feel like there's other things that go into it. Maybe it's childcare, maybe it's, I don't know. So the finances, I'm sure, is an important part, and that would be a prime consideration for anyone looking at it, but there may be other things as well. So if we make a goal around access and opportunity, I wonder if there's an opportunity to talk to the community about, what is it that keeps you from serving? Might be interesting to know.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can continue this conversation at a future meeting, and perhaps we'll talk about, we can review the process that then undertook essentially, or Hillsborough or Wilsonville, and then determine whether to move forward with the meeting. The budget committee seems to be a logical source of that kind of information, but to do broader meeting, with some, and had a process with applicants and former members of council, current members of council. So anyway, thank you everybody for listening to discussing that. In some context, a difficult thing to bring up when awkward talking about, but it's really about, there has to be an intervening election before it can take place, so it's not like council votes to increase its own pay. So, and then, there have been, the city charter, the local constitution of the city, and, at one point, when council president and I first got on city council, there was some concern about the terms of office in the charter and how it's a little bit vague as to when the councilor's term ends and when the term begins. The website, for example, said certain people's terms ended December 31st, but then the charter just said it ended with the next successor assumed office. And so one of the things I was interested in back then was kind of cleaning up the language and specifying that the terms end on December 31st at 11:59 p.m. And the next term begins. The swearing-in ceremony is ceremonial. It doesn't affect when you take office. Because that meeting was an awful meeting, and it lives on in infamy in my head. It's difficult to get through. Although I've heard it's entertaining from outside. But anyway, that's another kind of charter change that I was cleaning that up to be something that's pretty quick, put on the ballot, just saying, hey, we're clearing up that the term of these positions ends at 11:59 and the new person the new term starts on January 1 at midnight.
So what is the charter review process again? I mean, when was our last, and how often are we supposed to do it?
I'm not certain that your charter has a review timeline in it.
So there is no review
Okay.
timeline. The process can either be a committee, a charter, you could, some cities like Gresham have a charter review committee every 5 years.
Yeah.
They review the charter. Our charter doesn't say that. You basically can either have standalone charter amendments, which has been done in the past with things like the city attorney, in-house versus outside, that was put on the ballot. It looks like in 2008, when council pay was put on the ballot, capping it at the current levels, there was several reforms that were put on and adopted in the charter at that time. So really just council can determine the process.
Yeah, that's right, not a timeline and not a process specified, so it'd be up to you to figure out what the community process is to get something to a measure.
Well, it recently occurred to me that maybe we could have a charter review committee, potentially, if there's interest in doing that. I think there probably could be some updates or improvements made, clarifications like what you're talking about as far as terms of office. And I'm guessing there might be others. Since the subject of the city attorney came up, do we have a process, or is it appropriate to put it on an agenda, or what is the process at this point? We're kind of
Oh, for the city attorney search? Good
the
question.
future of this.
That is related to the charter in a way, but because it's in there. Yeah, I think that's a good question.
Well, I think our consultant is willing to restart it when we're ready to go.
My understanding is that we have a second recruitment paid for as part of the initial contract. There's no extra charge
Yeah.
to launch that second recruitment. So we could do that at any time. It's just a matter of when or if the council feels that it's a good time to do so.
Okay.
So maybe we put that on the agenda.
Is there anything holding us up? Why have we delayed for the second round of
I
interviews?
think it was probably just getting through holidays, when you wouldn't be
Okay.
likely to get a lot of interest. but
Okay,
we're
the holidays are over.
past
And the spacing from the previous application probably just,
Yeah.
give
Give it a little
yourself some time to have some new candidates discover themselves.
I think that was the recommendation of the recruiter also.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, see, back here. Okay. Well, those were the things that I wanted to bring up, to introduce to the council. I don't know if everybody's had a chance to maybe not go through the charter and look at it, consider the implication, maybe we need to review that. There's some of it's, not, would never be subject to revision, but other parts,
We could, I think, pretty easily look around the state to see what other charter amendments have been made, to see if there's forward movement and modernization of terms. I don't have a sense for it, but I'm sure we could look around. But probably you all and us and the city attorney could do just as well looking at it ourselves and say, here's a thing that's never been clear.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
So there's not a lot in there that would be impacted by new state regulations
Yeah.
or anything. So I think it's fairly standalone, but I do think there's probably some things that could benefit from some clarity. We talked in the utility advisory board about does the UAE only look at water rates, or do they look at water, sewer, and surface water? And even the way that section is written, it starts off with saying, make recommendations to the city council concerning rates for water, period. And then further down in the paragraph, it says, oh yeah, and don't forget, we've got the utilities that are owned by the city that they can look at too.
That's the kind of language,
So I think that should be like,
cleaning up.
the utility advisory board takes care of all of the waters, the wastewater, the surface water, and the drinking water. So that's certainly an area that I think could just put it all in that first sentence of
Clarification.
so that people know.
perhaps at a meeting there's certain things that we could put, that are more clerical, such as that, we can put them on the ballot. If there's need more of a process, we can have more of a process, but we can talk about it. February, perhaps, if we have some time.
February's a little booked with your joint meetings with SAB and police review and recommend. March might be better, but if you're angling for like anything in May, it would have to be done in February.
That's basically the situation.
And
But that
I think
seems fast.
we could be fine with having it on the November ballot, and that is the general election, so hopefully our turnout would be higher, and that way we would really get a sense, hopefully, of what the community wants as far as, if they agree with us or whatever on the changes.
That sounds good.
I
Good, we had that discussion.
And that gives us
May
a little
versus
bit of
November, yeah.
time, yeah.
So, November, sounds good.
I will note that, just for, administrative information, I will be in Washington DC on February 12th. So, I would prefer that somehow if we can not file that agenda up till this meeting is 6 hours long.
I was hoping for a 6-hour meeting, but okay, understood.
But I can also, may have to just drop out if it gets too late. But I'm also going to be doing exciting work and would like, if council wants, if there's things council would like me to be doing, while I'm in Washington DC, we should definitely give me a to-do list.
See the site.
Meet with our representative.
Well, that's just exactly what I'm talking about. If I need to meet with somebody, I don't know if
Waterline, maybe.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, maybe.
just to put that out
I
there.
like that. Okay, thank you.
I mean, I will also be doing work that is related to this endeavor of tribal relations, but in addition to that.
Okay, fantastic, thank you.
Well, I did receive an email from a citizen with some suggestions for goals that we didn't really get to, but I think that they were pretty specific, and I'm thinking that many of them are things that we kind of do in general anyway. So one of them was specific to a resolution to protect beavers according to the newly adopted state law, but I think we observe state laws coming into place, and then we make sure that our laws are in compliance. So I think that that's, not necessarily a specific goal, but just a goal of tracking state legislation and making sure that the city stays in compliance.
Not violating the law, yes.
Yes.
That's the general goal.
I don't know how I missed that new legislation on protecting beavers, but we don't have to talk about it now. I'll do my own homework. But I'm definitely interested in that.
I'm shocked.
I know. I'm definitely falling down on the job.
And then there was some other questions and comments about the tree ordinance and commercial code and also water resource areas. So the Tualatin River and Black River PMPL implementation plan. So, and we have talked about, certainly we have challenges with balancing how can we get more housing and middle housing and yet still preserve trees and the waterways and the water resource areas. So I think that's certainly something that we're all focused on. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because that wasn't sent to us.
What was the commercial code business?
Just what I was saying, in general, we make sure that our codes get updated to comply with the
Oh,
state.
okay, all right.
Thank you.
HB 3464.
Oh, okay.
should go into, there are some other ones about the municipal, you should go into that. So,
Did I get this thing? What?
I think we're reading the same one from Terry County.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There's some,
Raising fees and charges, so increased municipal court fees and charges, which have remained essentially unchanged since 2016 or earlier. Now, my understanding from years and years ago when I worked for the city of Lake Oswego is so much of that municipal court money goes to the state and then we get little bits of it back. So I'm not sure how much benefit the city would get, direct benefit from raising court fees.
And I know Rhonda and Lauren looked at the court fees last time, but we're getting ready to do a new fee and charge, or the yearly. So I'll make sure that's on that list.
Yeah. Okay.
thank you for flagging that. So, anything else? For the good of the order, I think we have a good process laid out to formalize the goals, and those will be, once we get those onto a meeting agenda, those will be posted 6 days in advance, and people will be able to comment on those. We can even, once we set the goals, happy to work with staff and draft an op-ed to put in the tidings, studying forth our goals, and we can post that on different channels, whatever ways to increase awareness and feedback on the goals that we find with me. So I haven't done an op-ed in a while, so maybe I do for one. You did your budget 101, 102 series, which was a hit, I heard.
In some circles, it was very popular. Another venue might be the State of the City this year.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Do a State of the City address.
Thank you for raising that.
Which would be a fantastic place to talk about old and new
I'm
projects.
thinking in early spring, or late February, early spring, we do a State of the City address and talk about what that point we'll have our goals formalized.
Yeah.
We can go over them, State of the City. So we'll do that. Maybe the library, like old times, how it works, somewhat in the post-pandemic era.
Yeah. Great.
So we'll work to get that on the calendar. Anything else?
No. We'll write up our notes. I'll do the usual summary that I have of meetings, but we'll report back on this at our next regular council meeting, which is February 5th. Work session, yeah, February 5th.
That is the evening session, joint meeting.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you for your time and hard work today. It's a long day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank our staff at the beginning, but thanks again for helping set us up, staying with us all along the way, and Terry Wise for coming in and helping us with the audio.
Yep.
So we appreciate that, and we will be adjourned.
Okay, fantastic.